Chapter 2456 The Village. Chapter 2456 The Village. Yan Yi left the Namli clan. Only Namli Meng remained in the guest hall. She sat on a chair and sipped the high-quality tea here. Meanwhile, Namli Yin walked in. Namli Yin sat before Namli Meng. "He isn't willing to take Eternal Border's side?" Namli Meng replied indifferently. "Would you be willing to do so if you were in his shoes?" Namli Yin fell silent for a short while and said, "Based on his current strength, his presence on our side would give Eternal Border a greater amount of sway on things." Namli Meng shook her head. "I know his character well. He won't take Eternal Border's side." Namli Yin gazed at her. "Then why did you try to persuade him?" Namli Meng stood up and looked at the sky outside. There was a white cloud there. "I grew up here." Namli Yin spoke gloomily. "Now, our Namli clan has one path left to it, and it's to side with the Eternal Kingdom." Namli Meng shook her head. Namli Yin frowned. "Why?" Namli Meng glanced at her. "Eternal Kingdom just wants to use the people of Eternal Border. I'm sure you're aware of that. We'll die even faster if we take their side." Namli Yin spoke solemnly. "Then what do you want to do?" Namli Meng replied indifferently. "My Namli clan won't take any sides." Namli Yin shook her head. "That won't work. Once the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom enter into battle, Eternal Border will definitely be affected. At that time, if we still haven't taken sides, then we'll be hated by both. I'm sure you understand that." Namli Meng sighed softly. "Ancestor, I know you're at your own limits, and Eternal Kingdom is your last hope to advance further. I won't stop you, but don't interfere in the Namli clan's business. All right?" Namli Yin looked her in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Namli Meng walked over to Namli Yin. "I mean that I'm in charge of the Namli clan now, and I wouldn't even care about the Namli clan if it wasn't for my father. He gave his life to the Namli clan, so I don't want it to vanish from this world. I'll say it one last time, you have the right to choose, and I won't stop you from siding with anyone. However, the Namli clan won't follow you." Namli Meng left the room once she finished speaking, and Namli Yin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Her weight alone was limited. Only by bringing along the entire Namli clan could she make Eternal Kingdom take her seriously and possess some status. Yet now, the Namli clan wasn't under her control anymore. Once he left the Namli clan, Yan Yi went to the entrance of Eternal Village. It was concealed by a barrier, and it would only show itself at specific moments in time. However, his current strength was sufficient to break through the barrier. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it at the entrance. Hiss! A wave of sword energy flashed. It didn't take long for the space before him to tremble violently, and then something seemed to vanish there. Another short while later, a boundless mountain range appeared within Yan Yi's field of vision. Eternal Secret Realm. Yan Yi grinned and walked off into the distance. Meanwhile, Arya, Oxy, and Snowy appeared here. Arya had a brilliant smile on her face. This was her home. Before this, she really hated this place because she had gotten bored of it. But after she left, she really missed this place. As for Oxy, it was obvious that he really missed this place too. Arya placed her hands by her mouth and shouted, "Grandpa! I'm home!" She ran off ahead once she finished speaking. Yang Yi smiled and followed her. "Big brother Yang!" Suddenly, Arya's sharp cry resounded from afar. Yan Yi's expression changed, and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the entrance of the village, Yang Yi stood there with a pale countenance. There was a trace of terror in his eyes. The village was gone, and only the ruins of a village remained before him. "Grandpa!" Arya ran over to the ruins and shouted madly while ceaselessly digging up the ruins. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. At this moment, Arya wasn't a mysterious demon anymore, she was just a young girl. "What happened?" Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings with a slightly blank expression. Suddenly, there was some trembling coming from the side. Yan Yi looked over and waved his right hand, causing the area there to be cleared up. It didn't take long for him to see a figure. Butcher! A figure was lying there, Butcher's figure. However, Butcher's body was in a mess. If he didn't have half of his face intact, even Yan Yi wouldn't be able to recognize him. Yan Yi walked over, and an ethereal soul remnant floated out of Butcher's body. A soul remnant. It was a severely damaged soul remnant, and it couldn't even be described as a soul. Butcher glanced at Yan Yi and grinned. I may not have been able to last if you didn't get here soon. Yan Yi spoke in a trembling voice. What happened? Butcher shook his head. People from Eternal Kingdom came here. Eternal Kingdom? Yan Yi spoke ferociously. Eternal Kingdom? Why? Why would they attack all of you? Butcher shook his head. That isn't the main point. Kid, tell me the truth, do you have a sprite progenitor? Yan Yi nodded. Butcher sighed when he saw Yan Yi admit it. I didn't expect you to really have a sprite progenitor. Yan Yi shook his head. Master, tell me what happened here. Master. Butcher glanced at him with complicated emotions in his eyes. Kid, I know you're a sword cultivator and the saber was just a means for you to perfect your own sword Dao. Promise me that if you meet someone good, then pass down my sex techniques to that person. Otherwise, my sect would go extinct once you focus solely on the sword. Yan Yi replied. Why did they attack you? Butcher fell silent for a short while and said, A short while ago, 3 people came to Eternal Village. They claimed to be from Eternal Kingdom, and they wanted us to submit to them. In return, they would allow us to enter Eternal Kingdom. Butcher laughed bitterly. That was a good thing. After all, we could leave this place and go to Eternal Kingdom. We had no reason to refuse. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Then why did they attack? Butcher laughed bitterly. I asked if we could bring someone with us, and they agreed. However, that person must be sufficiently strong or possess sufficient talent. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly. You asked them about me, right? Butcher nodded. But I never expected their expressions to change upon hearing your name, and then they attacked us. While they were 4 world realm experts too, I could sense that they were suppressing their cultivations and were actually at the 5 world realm. Yan Yi spoke softly. They killed you just because you know me? Butcher laughed bitterly. They said that you've gone to the desolate race and colluded with them. So, Eternal Kingdom has issued the highest warrant for you. Anyone linked to you must die. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. They are roping in the experts of Eternal Border, and 9 Hell's Emperor has joined them. Besides that, some of the powerful demon beasts in the mountain range have left with them too. Even the spirit of the seal here left with them. I'm afraid Eternal Village isn't their only target, and they are roping in the experts of the other worlds too. So, be careful. Butcher. Suddenly, Ariel walked over to Butcher. Did they kill my grandpa too? Tears kept flowing out of Ariel's eyes. Butcher glanced at her and sighed softly, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Actually, the old man had died for her, but he didn't want her to live a life of guilt. There were some heavy burdens, especially mental burdens, that could crush someone. Ariel shouldn't shoulder such a burden. Moreover, even if the old man was still alive, he probably wouldn't have escaped this calamity. Ariel wiped off the tears on her face. They killed all of you just because you know Big Brother Yang? Butcher sighed softly. This world is one where being weak means you deserve death. As for reasons, they are actually meaningless. The true reason is that we were weak and were no match for them, so we deserve death. You must work hard to grow stronger, so strong that no one will dare to bully you. Understand? He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. You must understand the situation you're in. They plan to take revenge on you, or perhaps they are trying to make an example of you. They are telling the world what happens if they go against Eternal Kingdom. They are making a show of strength with you. Butcher's figure grew more and more ethereal. Right when he was about to vanish completely, he seemed to have thought of something and added, Bury all 3 of us together, or we will be lonely. While we don't have a next life, being able to stay together in this life does leave us with no regrets. And don't feel guilty. Butcher's figure vanished completely. Yan Yi's face was exceptionally calm, and he found the other 2 corpses in the ruins. It was Auntie Veg and the slovenly old man. Their bodies were mangled and difficult to recognize, Yan Yi buried them in a row within the primordial pagoda, and then he knelt down slowly before them. Bai Jixian was by his side. Bai Jixian knelt there with him, and they just knelt there. Suddenly, Arya ran over to Yan Yi's side and spoke in a trembling voice. Big brother Yang, I can't find Grandpa's corpse. They definitely ate him. I'm going to eat them all. I'm going to avenge Grandpa, Butcher, and everyone else in the village. Why did they have to kill Grandpa and the others? Why did they have to kill everyone in the village? They even killed Rainy and Eggsy. They're so cruel. She knelt on the ground and wept. Why are humans so cruel? Chapter 2457 Kill. Chapter 2457 Kill. Arya was absolutely devastated. While she was no human, she was raised by humans. Rainy and Eggsy were her friends she'd grown up with in the village. They were her human friends. Yet now, they were dead, killed by humans. Yan Yi walked over to Arya, squatted down, and gently wiped off her tears. Let's go. She looked up at him. Where? Yan Yi replied. To kill. Kill. Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda, glanced at the surroundings, and left. White Emperor City. Yan Yi went to White Emperor City first. At this moment, it wasn't as bustling as it used to be, or it should be described as being quite desolate. There were very few people here, and it was like an empty city. Yan Yi frowned from the sight of this, and he wondered if something had happened. Yan Yi vanished on the spot. Yan Yi frowned before White Emperor Hall because the city governor was gone. Bai Jixian appeared here, and her face was extremely pale. Yan Yi turned around and grabbed to the right, causing a young man to be brought over to him. The young man gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment. You! Meanwhile, Bai Jixian suddenly asked, What happened? The young man gazed at her, and as soon as he saw her, he hurriedly said, Why, you're the city governor! Bai Jixian nodded. What happened here? The young man said. The former city governor was taken. Bai Zixian's face fell. Obviously, it was the experts of Eternal Kingdom. The young man continued. Once they found out that Yan Yi and you offended Eternal Kingdom, the people of the city didn't dare to stay any longer. All of them were afraid of being implicated and fled the city. Bai Jixian said. You can go. The man hesitated for a moment and left. White Emperor City was a place that could absolutely not be lived in. Because according to rumor, Eternal Kingdom was planning to kill everyone linked to Yan Yi. The city governor had been taken, but who knew if Eternal Kingdom would annihilate White Emperor City too? They were afraid, even if it was only a slim chance. The people of White Emperor City were fleeing, so it was clearly an empty city now. Yan Yi went over to Bai Zixian's side and said, Don't worry, I'm their target, not your father. She shook her head slightly. They are serious this time. Just as Butcher said, they are acting against you, and they are using you as an example. Yan Yi chuckled. It's fine, practically everyone who targeted me in the past is dead, and they will be no exception. Bai Jixian gazed at him for a long time and cracked a smile. You're still so domineering and confident, and that's what I like about you. She hugged him gently. I'll accompany you through everything. Yan Yi hugged her tight. This was all a husband could ever ask for. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi left the city. Yan Yi turned back and took one last glance at the city before vanishing into the sky. There were things that couldn't just be left alone, and there were debts that had to be repaid. In the boundless reaches of space, Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then flipped his palm. A sword appeared in his grasp. He swung it. Hiss! A ray of sword energy sliced open the space here. Please visit. It completely destroyed the space here, destroying the world. That swing of his sword had obliterated a huge expanse of space, completely obliterated it. Yan Yi swung his sword, over and over again. Finally, after he swung it over a dozen times, an old man appeared nearby. It was the guardian, Qin Xing. Qin Xing glanced at Yan Yi. What do you want? Actually, he didn't really want to show himself before Yan Yi, especially at a time like this. But he had no other choice, because if he refused to show himself, then even if Yang Yi refrained from destroying Eternal Border, he would severely damage it. Yang Yi put his sword away. I thought you guardians wouldn't show yourselves. Qing Xing spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, I know you're unhappy, but look at the situation that Eternal Border is in right now. We're stuck between Eternal Kingdom and the Desolate Race, so if we still engage in internal strife, then once the war begins, then our Eternal Border will. It's your Eternal Border. Yang Yi interrupted him abruptly. It's not mine. Qing Xing stared at Yang Yi. They are right. You don't think of yourself as someone from Eternal Border. If you want to rescue the governor of White Emperor City and take revenge, then go to the end of the Eternal River. It's where the experts of Eternal Kingdom must pass. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Xing's figure gradually turned ethereal. It wasn't his real body. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because Qing Xing had just been a strand of the soul. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Show yourself! A woman soundlessly appeared nearby. Nanli Meng. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, Tell me what I want to know and I guarantee your clan's safety. She glanced at him and asked, What if I refuse? Yang Yi gazed at her. Do as you want. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared before Yang Yi. She suddenly said, Everything is in there. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then the beam of light entered his forehead. A short while later, a huge amount of information appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng said, Take care. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at her. You could have just given it to me. In that way, we would still be friends, right? She smiled. I don't like ingratiating myself with others or trying to curry favor with others. Yang Yi shook his head. I thought of you as a friend. Nanli Meng looked him in the eyes. I'm from Eternal Border. While I won't risk my life to protect it, I do not hope to see it get destroyed. Yang Yi, I understand your desire for revenge, but please show mercy to Eternal Border. Even if the day comes when Eternal Border is destroyed, I hope it isn't by your hands. She turned around and left. Yang Yi shook his head and vanished on the spot. Destroy Eternal Border? He wasn't that insane. There was a culprit for everything, and he refused to kill those who didn't deserve death. However, he wouldn't spare any of those who deserved it. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng sighed softly. She knew that based on Yang Yi's character, if she refused to give him what he wanted, then he would be capable of anything. Nanli Meng glanced at the surroundings and sighed softly. All those years ago, there had been countless experts here during the Primal Era, and that was why Eternal Border had been able to survive the war. Because those experts had been united, and they fought to the death for Eternal Border. That was why Eternal Border had received the Sprite Progenitor's protection and even aroused the pity of Eternal Kingdom. While they hadn't fully opened Eternal Kingdom to Eternal Border, they had specially allowed some people to enter from Eternal Border. Was it a way of giving alms? It did feel like that, but so what? Eternal Border was weaker than Eternal Kingdom. So, even their scraps was something that could satisfy Eternal Border. Countless experts had fought for Eternal Border in the past, yet now, Eternal Border was engaging in internal strife. Eternal Border's fate was worrying. Nanli Meng shook her head. All of you brought this upon yourselves. She vanished on the spot. At a boundless mountain range, a magnificent palace stood deep within the mountains, and a huge door stood before the palace. The Longevity Sect. The Longevity Sect was one of the few mysterious powers in Eternal Border. It could be said that the Longevity Sect, Freedom Sect, Creation Sect, and Immortality Sect were the top 4 sects of Eternal Border after the Primal Era. Actually, the Immortal Estate had almost joined their ranks to become the 5th. Unfortunately, after their founding ancestor, Ishui Han, left, the Immortal Estate failed to produce another extraordinary genius. Suddenly, a man in green clothes appeared before the Longevity Sect. It was Yang Yi. He looked up at the door, and he felt that it was truly huge. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? Yang Yi moved his gaze away from the door and swung his sword. Hiss! The door before him was sliced apart, and then 2 rays of sword energy flashed. Hiss! Hiss! The falling halves of the door were instantly sliced into bits. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi with shock. Why, you're Yang Yi. In the beginning, he felt that the man before him seemed quite familiar, and once Yang Yi swung his sword, he was certain. The young man before him was Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. It's time for the longevity sect to vanish from this world. Yang Yi swung his sword once he finished speaking. At the same time, a seal appeared above the middle-aged man. The seal of suppression. Yang Yi didn't want to waste time. As soon as the seal of suppression appeared, the middle-aged man was suppressed to the 3-world realm. At this moment, despair covered his face. Not to mention the 3-world realm, he wasn't confident in being able to resist Yang Yi's attack even if he was at the 4-world realm. Hiss! A ray of light slashed down from above him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and walked toward the palace ahead. Meanwhile, a breath of time passed before the middle-aged man's body behind Yang Yi split open at the center, and blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 2458 I Don't Fucking Care. Chapter 2458 I Don't Fucking Care. A single swing of the sword. An instant kill without the slightest chance to escape. Please visit FRE. OM. It could be said that if Yang Yi combined his strength with the seal of suppression, then he could kill ordinary 4-world realm experts with ease. Even if he didn't use the seal of suppression, he could still kill 4-world realm experts. However, it wouldn't be that easy and quick as it was when using the seal of suppression. Yang Yi walked toward the palace with his sword in hand. An old man appeared before him. It was one of the few remaining 4-world realm experts in the longevity sect. The old man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, must you insist on killing us all? Hiss! A ray of light flashed. At the instant Yang Yi swung his sword, the old man's expression had changed drastically. Had been prepared, so a pitch-black shield immediately appeared above him. However, the sword sliced through the shield and descended. Hiss! The old man's figure stiffened, and then it split apart, while blood sprayed toward the surroundings. Yang Yi looked up at the palace and swung his sword again. Hiss! A ray of sword energy sliced the palace into 2. In the palace, dozens of people started fleeing in all directions. Yang Yi shot a glance at them, and then the sword gourd trembled before a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! In the clouds over 500 kilometers away, a middle-aged man suddenly stopped there, and then he turned around and slammed his palm forward. Crack! It instantly cracked open the space around him, but it couldn't stop the sword in front of him. Hiss! The sword stabbed through his hand, and then through his forehead. After that, it made an arc and returned from where it came. A ray of light shot into the sword gourd by Yang Yi's waist. Yang Yi shot a glance at the palace, and then he shot up into the sky. A moment later, countless rays of sword energy rained down from above. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the palace was transformed into ruins. The longevity sect was no more. Far away in the sky, shrill cries resounded incessantly, and accompanying them were heads that descended from the sky. A slaughter! Anyone at the Limit Breaker realm was annihilated by Yang Yi. As for those below it, Yang Yi didn't hunt them down. Killing them didn't make a difference. Far away in the sky, every single time Yang Yi killed someone, a young girl would devour their soul and energy. It was naturally Arya. Arya had become cold after they left Eternal Village. Especially when she gazed at humans, the killing intent she revealed even made Yang Yi's heart palpitate slightly. However, her gaze was normal when she looked at him, and Nanjing, and the others. Around 10 minutes later, Arya walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. Big brother Yang, I'm full. Yang Yi rubbed her head. Don't think too much about it. I will avenge everyone in the village. Arya lowered her head slightly. Big brother Yang, I really don't understand it. Yang Yi asked. What don't you understand? Arya gazed at him. They are hunting you because they want Snowy. but Snowy is clearly yours. No, Snowy wants to stay with you, so why do they try to take Snowy? Yang Yi replied. Because Snowy is amazing and can help them do many things. Arya asked. Just because of that? Yang Yi nodded. Arya said, Then if I'm hungry, can I kill them and eat them too? Yang Yi rubbed Arya's head. Arya, you're not like them. Look, you can eat Oxy and the others, but you won't eat them, right? Arya nodded. Yang Yi said, That's right. You must differentiate two things in this world: who is your friend and who is your enemy. You cannot eat your friends, but you can eat your enemies. There were some principles that were difficult for him to explain to Arya. Since that was the case, it was easier to just simplify it. Enemies and friends. Arya nodded, and there was a new standard in her heart. She glanced at the surroundings and asked, When are we going to kill those people who slaughtered the village? Yang Yi smiled. Soon. Arya naturally trusted Yang Yi. So, she didn't say anything and just entered the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy pranced off into Arya's hall, and then she went over to Arya and passed the tongue hello to Arya. Arya spoke softly. Snowy, Grandpa is gone, Butcher is gone, Andy Veg is gone, and that slovenly old man is gone too. Even Rainy and Eggsy are gone. All of them are dead. Snowy blinked and gently rubbed Arya's head. Arya licked the tongue hello. It'll kill all of them. I swear. Yang Yi arrived at the foot of a mountain, and around 10 grand buildings stood in the air above. Yang Yi looked up, and there were 3 words on the mountain wall. Freedom Sect. Yang Yi moved his gaze away. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, we can talk about this. My Freedom Sect is very serious about this, and we... Suddenly, a black seal appeared above him. The seal of suppression. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and then he shot backward. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy had arrived before him. Right at this critical moment, a black finger tapped against the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy was blasted away. It flew in an arc and returned to Yang Yi's sword gourd. At this moment, an old man was standing before the middle-aged man. A Peak 4 World Realm expert. The old man stared at Yang Yi. Negotiations are done on the basis that both sides are equally matched. He won't negotiate with us if we don't reveal some strength. A black-robed figure appeared behind the old man. Another Peak 4 World Realm expert. At the same time, a huge barrier of light appeared not too far behind Yang Yi, and it just happened to be facing him. A formation. The old man walked closer to Yang Yi and said, That thing behind you is the Freedom Formation powered by my entire Freedom Sect. It was left behind by our founding ancestor, and it's strong enough to kill a 4-world realm expert with ease. If my senior brother, my young martial nephew, and I are included, we have 3 4-world realm experts. Yang Yi, my Freedom Sect did hunt you in the past, but that was the past. We're willing to apologize for the past. Apologize? Yang Yi smiled. Do you think that will change anything? The old man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, trying to take us down with you won't benefit any of us. Take you down with me? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Are you even worthy of that? The sword gourd no Yang Yi's waist trembled, and then a ray of light stabbed against the barrier of light behind Yang Yi. Bang! The barrier of light shook violently, and then many cracks instantly appeared on it. However, a wave of powerful energy suddenly rippled out from the barrier of light, and Yang Yi's sword was blasted back to him. The sword returned to the sword gourd while Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly for over 30 m. The old man spoke ferociously. Since you insist, then bring it! The old man transformed into a black beam of light that shot at Yang Yi. As soon as he appeared before Yang Yi, a seal suddenly appeared above him. The old man was instantly suppressed to the 3-world realm. The old man was horrified and about to retreat, but it was too late. A sword descended from above. Hiss! Space was sliced open like paper before the sword. Bang! The old man was blasted away, and as his figure flew, his body started to collapse, inch by inch. Only his soul remained. The old man was about to flee with just his soul, but a ray of sword energy suddenly flashed through his forehead. The old man's eyes opened wide while bewilderment filled them. I lost just like that? Yan Yi ignored the old man because at the instant he killed the old man, the barrier of light behind him had suddenly unleashed a wave of powerful energy at him. It was extremely powerful. Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly and stabbed with his sword. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted away and slammed against the mountain wall. However, a sword soundlessly stabbed against the barrier of light. A flying sword. And this flying sword was his super divine treasure. Executor. As soon as it stabbed the barrier of light, it exploded into countless fragments that rained down into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the other two experts had fled. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke softly. I can't be careless. Careless. Had been careless earlier. These sects had existed for countless years, so they weren't that simple. Yan Yi stopped looking down on them and shot up to the top of the mountain. Yan Yi's face was indifferent as he looked down at the sect below him, and then a sword suddenly appeared in his grasp. A wave of sword aura slammed down from above. Yan Yi raised his sword above his head with both hands. Right when Yan Yi was about to swing it down, a white shadow suddenly floated up from below. It didn't take long for an old man with white eyebrows to appear before Yan Yi. A strand of soul. The old man glanced at Yan Yi. I'm the ancestor of the Freedom Sect. I don't know who you are. Yan Yi's sword descended. Hiss. A ray of sword energy shot through the old man's body and obliterated him. The sword energy didn't stop and shot into the mountain below. Hiss. The entire mountain was slashed into two. Chapter 2459 The Blade's Soul. Chapter 2459 The Blade's Soul. A single swing that went all the way to the bottom. The entire mountain had been sliced into two, causing an endless cloud of smoke and dust to shoot up into the air. As for the remnant soul of the Freedom Sect's ancestor, it had vanished without a trace. Countless experts from the Freedom Sect fled madly in all directions. Yan Yi didn't spare them. A ray of light instantly flew out of the sword gourd, and then shrill cries resounded throughout the distant sky. Meanwhile, Arya appeared here. She would go over and devour everyone Yan Yi killed. The more she ate, the stronger she became. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi turned around and left. Behind him was an expanse of ruins and countless corpses. Practically all the Limit Breaker realm experts of the Freedom Sect had been annihilated. It didn't take long for the news of Yan Yi's deeds in the Longevity Sect and Freedom Sect to spread. The entire Eternal Border was shocked. The most shocked were naturally the remaining two supreme powers, the Creation Sect and Immortality Sect. They hadn't expected Yan Yi's strength to be at such a level after returning to Eternal Border. He was killing 4 world realm experts with ease. Those two sects weren't the only ones who were shocked. The experts throughout Eternal Border were shocked. There were even rumors that Yan Yi had attained the legendary 5 world realm. Some were happy, others were filled with worry. The happy were naturally those who wanted to watch the show, and the worried were naturally those powers like the Creation Sect and Immortality Sect. Because they were very well aware that Yan Yi would be coming for them. Sure enough, Yan Yi arrived at the Creation Sect 2 hours later. However, it was completely empty when he arrived. They'd fled. Yan Yi frowned. He glanced at the surroundings and swept it with his divine sense, but he sensed no signs of life. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! 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 Rays of sword energy entered the Creation Sect below, and instantly transformed it into ruins. Yan Yi left, and it didn't take him long to get to the Immortality Sect. However, just like the Creation Sect, there wasn't a soul in sight. They'd all fled. Yan Yi laughed coldly. It won't make a difference no matter where you flee. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. but a ray of sword energy shot down into the immortality sect. Boom! The entire immortality sect was transformed into ruins. Yan Yi went to the Nanli clan again. In the room, Yan Yi placed 10 world crystals before Nanli Meng. I need information on their whereabouts, she asked. Why don't you just look for the people of Eternal Kingdom? Yan Yi replied indifferently. I will, but I plan to deal with these people from Eternal Border before that. Nanli Meng sighed softly. I'm sure you realize that they are no threat to you. Of course, I'm not trying to speak on their behalf. Your revenge is within reason, and even I may do the same. But there's no need for buts. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. Miss Meng, I presume you're not the only one with access to a special information organization in Eternal Border. I just don't want to trouble myself with it, so I came to you. If you refuse, just be frank and I'll get someone else to help me. Let's just stop wasting each other's time. I'll be honest, I've completely lost my patience. And don't even try those high and mighty principles with me. I'm afraid I'll lose control and do something bad. She frowned slightly. Are you threatening me? Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared by Yan Yi's side. She gazed at Namli Meng and walked over to the latter. Him and I won't have a problem slaughtering your clan. Want to give it a try? Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Namli Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to speak when Yang Yi stood up abruptly. Miss Meng, there's another thing which I want to know. Did the mysterious organization you're from hunt me too? Namli Meng's face became quite unsightly. Yang Yi smiled coldly. Looks like they did. But it does make sense. I was weak and had a sprite progenitor, so how could they possibly not target me? Namli Meng spoke solemnly. Yan Yi, are you really going to continue killing? Yan Yi walked over to her. Miss Meng, to be honest, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. The friendship we formed in the primal ruins has been destroyed by your nonsense. I don't want to waste my breath on you, so I'll be frank. I can let bygones be bygones with that organization that stands behind you, but I need the information I want. Is that a problem? Had really lost all patience. Namli Meng gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and flicked a talisman over to Yang Yi. It's a transmission talisman. I'll investigate their whereabouts immediately and notify you once I have the information. Yang Yi took it and said, Don't make me wait too long. He turned around and walked away, but he suddenly stopped at the door. Miss Meng, allow me to be honest, you spout too much nonsense. I hope you don't do that when we meet again. I'm serious, I don't have the time to listen to all of that. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Namli Meng remained silent in the room, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi left the Namli clan and went into space before entering the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Yang Yi stood at the center of it while Oxy, Arya, Sword Scroll, Snowy, the primal true dragon, the primal vicious tiger, and the martial Qilin stood around him. All who could fight were here. Yang Yi glanced at them. The demons were all at the four-world realm, and they weren't ordinary four-world realm experts. Especially Arya and the primal true dragon, they could even fight five-world realm experts. Of course, it was under the circumstances that the five-world realm expert's strength was suppressed to the four-world realm. Even Arya and the primal true dragon couldn't go against true five-world realm experts. Actually, even Yan Yi wasn't confident in his ability to do so. Would Arya and Nanjing and him have a chance against a true five-world realm expert? Sword Scroll gave him the answer he sought. Yes. Even if it was a five-world realm expert, their joint forces had a very good chance at killing such an expert. Because all three of them weren't ordinary experts, and they had either divine treasures or super divine treasures coupled with various powerful inheritances. It wouldn't be difficult for their joint forces to kill a true five-world realm expert. But if it was a one-on-one battle, then it would be quite difficult. They would have a 30% chance at most. As for the primal true dragon and the others, five-world realm experts were beyond them. However, ordinary four-world realm experts were no match for them. Improve their strength. That was what Yang Yi wanted. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. Do you have any ideas on how to improve their combat strength? Normal methods and not those that will cause side effects. Sword Scroll replied. The most effective method is for Snowy to grow more chaotic fruits. Their combat strength will grow as they eat them. Sword Scroll had quite complicated emotions in her heart. These demons were really lucky because they were eating chaotic fruits like candy. Since the ancient times, perhaps they were the only ones able to enjoy something like that. Snowy blinked and hurriedly nodded. However, she seemed to have thought of something and glared at the primal true dragon. Oxy and the others had advanced the other day, but the dragon hadn't. As far as Snowy was concerned, the dragon was a lazy bum. A lazy bum who just ate but didn't do work. The dragon howled with agony in its heart when it saw Snowy glare at it. My great lord Snowy. The 4-world realm and 5-world realm are completely different things. Unfortunately, Snowy didn't understand all of that. All she knew was that the dragon hadn't advanced after eating a fruit. The primal true dragon felt utterly helpless. Yang Yi gazed at Arya. Arya and Oxy, you two learned from Nanjing, understand? Arya nodded. I will. Since she started learning from Nanjing, even Arya herself felt that she'd changed a lot. Or it should be said that she'd grown much stronger, and she didn't just use brute force as she had in the past. It could be said that if Arya used the demon wings of death, even Yan Yi and Nanjing wouldn't dare to fight her carelessly. Actually, the primal true dragon was strong too, but it was completely hidden beneath Arya's shadow. After arranging everything in the Pago, Yan Yi left it, withdrew the myriad world diagram, and went to the northern desolate world. The northern desolate world. He had something to do there. Yang Yi went to the area beneath the northern sword sect, and he saw the mysterious man still there in the hall. The mysterious sword cultivator was Chen Xuanan. Chen Xuanan glanced at Yang Yi. You're here, Yang Yi said. You knew I would come? Chen Xuanan nodded. You're here for that sword, right? Yang Yi nodded. Executor. Executor only had 20% of its strength unsealed, and that wasn't enough for Yang Yi. Moreover, as a super divine treasure, its current state was really quite weak. A super divine treasure should look the part. Actually, besides being a little sharper, Executor didn't have anything special about it. Chen Xuanan nodded slightly. Yes, it should be stronger. Executor suddenly left the sword gourd and floated before Chen Xuanan. Chen Xuanan gazed at it, and closed his eyes slowly. The sword gradually started to tremble. It was being unsealed. Yang Yi knew that he was unsealing it. Just like that, a long time passed before a dazzling sword howl resounded from it. The sword howl shook the world. The powerful sword howl caused the space in a huge area around the northern sword sect to quake. A short while later, Executor floated over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi noticed a strand of light that was thin as a hair flowing slowly on the sword's blade. 50%, Chen Xuanan explained. I unsealed its strength to 50%. Your current strength is just nice to control that amount. Yang Yi nodded and pointed at the light on the sword's blade. What is this? Chen Xuanan smiled. Executor's blade soul. I didn't dare to unseal it before this because I was afraid you couldn't control it. Now your strength should be sufficient for that. The blades of swords had spirits too? Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 2460 Do I Need You to Welcome Me? Chapter 2460 Do I Need You to Welcome Me? Even the blades of a sword had spirits. It was the first time Yang Yi had heard of it, and it was also the first time had seen one. Chen Xuanan grinned. It's special. Remember that this sword is sharp, so be careful with your control and use of it. Yang Yi glanced at Executor and waved it lightly. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was sliced open. It had been sliced open with absolute ease. It was absolutely powerful. Yang Yi was quite shocked. The sword was at least a few times sharper than it had been. It could be said that it was perfectly capable of piercing Arya's defenses now. Chen Xuanan suddenly said. I've sealed its true consciousness, and the blade's spirit only holds a small portion of its consciousness. The reason I did that is because your current strength isn't sufficient to subdue it. When your strength has risen to a certain extent, come see me again, and I'll help you fully unseal it. Don't make me wait too long." Yang Yi put the sword away and bowed slightly to Qin Xuanan. "Thank you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior, what do you seek?" He never believed that anything would just drop out of the sky and into his lap. If it happened to Snowy, then he may believe it, but he would never believe it if it happened to him. Qin Xuanan shook his head slightly. "Don't think too much about it. I'm not scheming against you, nor is that even necessary. I'm helping you because your sword Dao suits my taste, and that is all." Yang Yi bowed to Qin Xuanan again. "Take care, senior." Yang Yi turned around and left. Qin Xuanan shook his head slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't noticed that Qin Xuanan's body had turned quite a bit more ethereal. It was because of the unsealing. If he was in his prime, something like this would be nothing for him. But now, every consumption of his strength was lethal. Yang Yi left the Northern Sword Sect, and the talisman in his spatial ring started to tremble. Yang Yi withdrew it, and some time passed before he vanished on the spot. Eternal border, eternal river. In order to get to Eternal River, one had to traverse Eternal Mountain Range. At this moment, around 30 people were gathered deep within the mountain range. They were the experts of the Creation Sect and Immortality Sect. They were led by a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Wuji, the Creation Sect's master, and the strongest in the Creation Sect right now. He was a Peak 4 World Realm expert. The old man, on the other hand, was the Immortality Sect's master, Mo Lianqing. He was a Peak 4 World Realm expert too. There were around 30 people behind them, and all of these people were Limit Breaker Realm experts. There were 9 at the 3 World Realm, and the rest were at the 2 World Realm and 1 World Realm. At this moment, all of them had gloomy and unsightly expressions on their faces because they'd received news of Yang Yi's arrival at their sections. Both their sects had been destroyed. "How dare he!" Suddenly, Mo Lianqing spoke gloomily. "Does that guy, Yang Yi, really plan to kill us all?" All of them knew what Yang Yi sought. It was their annihilation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. "We only have 2 choices now. Firstly, side with Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi will only fear us once we join them," Mo Lianqing asked. "The second is to side with the Desolate Race?" Zhao Wuji shook his head. "According to the information I obtained, Yang Yi and the Desolate Race's Crown Prince, Huang Ying, are good friends. If we side with them, we'll probably be walking into our own graves." Mo Lianqing thought for a while and said, "Side with the Eternal Kingdom. The problem with that is they only want the top experts around here. The 2 of us can join them, but what about the others who are relying on us? Moreover, they already look down on Eternal Border, so if we go to them seeking to join them, they will probably look down on us even more. Even if they let us join Eternal Kingdom, they won't let us enter Eternal Kingdom, and they'll just use us as cannon fodder against the Desolate Race." Zhao Wuji nodded. "You're absolutely correct. If we side with the Eternal Kingdom, they won't even value us, and the final outcome would either be death at Yang Yi's hands or be used as cannon fodder. The Desolate Race won't work either. So, we only have one other place to go." Mo Lianqing asked. "Where?" Zhao Wuji smiled. "The D clan. The D clan that has joined forces with the Desolate Race." "The D clan?" Mo Lianqing frowned slightly. "Would they be willing to offend Yang Yi and take us in?" As one of the top powers in Eternal Border, they naturally knew of the D clan, one of the top clans in Eternal Kingdom. "Of course they would." Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. "The D clan sent its forces to kill Yang Yi in the past. Unfortunately, they failed. Yang Yi killed all the experts they sent. Most importantly, according to my knowledge, a clan in Eternal Kingdom is planning to become united to the D clan by marriage. But sadly, that woman wasn't willing to accept her fate, and then she got close to Yang Yi and Huang Ying. The D clan would naturally not look for trouble with Huang Ying, who's the crown prince of the Desolate Race now, but what about Yang Yi?" Yan Yi isn't the crown prince of the desolate race. Zhao Wuji smiled at this point. Moreover, they sent their people to contact me, and they wish for us to join them. Everyone knows that war is about to break out. The side with the most experts has the greatest likelihood of having the last laugh in that war. We're all Limit Breaker realm experts, so we'll be taken seriously by the D clan. After all, they aren't as strong as the desolate race or eternal kingdom. Mo Lianqing asked. They contacted you? Zhao Wuji nodded. But I didn't agree right away. Brother Mo, I've decided to take the forces of my creation sect and side with them. Are you willing to come with us? Mo Lianqing was quite hesitant. Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. Brother Mo, if Eternal Kingdom is willing to open its doors to us and let us enter Eternal Kingdom, then I would be willing to side with them. But the problem is they won't. Do you think we'll be safe if we remain outside Eternal Kingdom? Now, only the desolate race and D clan can protect us, and we can forget about the desolate race because of Yan Yi, so only the D clan remains. Mo Lianqing thought for a long time before he nodded. All right, let's go. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. Around 15 minutes after they left, a ray of light descended in the mountain range. The light dispersed and Yan Yi appeared where Mo Lianqing and the others had been. There was no one here, so Yan Yi frowned and withdrew the transmission talisman. A short while later, a voice came from within it. You're too late. Yan Yi asked. Where have they gone? The voice fell silent for a short while before it replied. The Emperor World, the D clan. The D clan? Yan Yi frowned. The clan that Ailing's family wanted to force her to marry into? Namli Meng's voice came from the transmission talisman again. The D clan was once a clan in Eternal Kingdom. They were forced out during the war, and their strength has grown since then. Moreover, according to my investigations, they seem to have joined forces with the Desolate Race. The Desolate Race, the D clan. Yang Yi nodded and withdrew the myriad world diagram. It didn't take long for him to locate the Emperor World. Suddenly, Namli Meng's voice arose. Are you really going to go? Yan Yi asked. Why? Namli Meng spoke solemnly. The D clan isn't ordinary. While it's inferior to the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom, it's absolutely not an existence you can fight right now. Let me explain it to you like this. The D clan definitely has 5 World Realm experts, and they have more than one. 5 World Realm experts. Yan Yi nodded. Thank you for the warning. Yan Yi pressed down his right hand. Hiss! A ray of white light instantly enveloped him, and then he vanished without a trace. On the other side, Namli Meng sighed softly. A black-robed man standing near Namli Meng suddenly said, Eternal Kingdom has contacted us, and wants us to join them. And it wasn't just them, the D clan contacted us too. Namli Meng replied indifferently. What does Senior Shang think? The black-robed man replied solemnly. Senior Shang wants to hear your opinion. Namli Meng shook her head. Tell him not to join the D clan or Eternal Kingdom. The black-robed man replied. I'm afraid that's impossible. The D clan won't be a huge problem, but Eternal Kingdom is being very overbearing. It's either friend or enemy for them. That's what they said to us. Namli Meng laughed coldly. They are very overbearing. That's fine. If we can't defend them, we can still hide. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment. He was about to speak when she said, Just tell Senior Shang what I said. The black-robed man nodded. I'll be taking my leave then. He turned around and left. Namli Meng glanced at the surroundings. Uniting as one? That's impossible now. In the beginning, Shed planned to unite all the experts of Eternal Border. Only then would Eternal Border have the right to negotiate with powers like Eternal Kingdom and the D clan. But along with Yang Yi's return, everything was destroyed. She didn't dare to unite them because if she did, then based on Yang Yi's character, he would definitely slaughter the Namli clan too. Strictly speaking, Yan Yi and her weren't true friends, and they could only be considered to be acquaintances who were friendly with each other. But that alone wasn't enough to make Yan Yi put down his desire for vengeance. Shed tried, and failed. Nanli Meng shook her head, sighed, and vanished on the spot. She had tried her best. The Emperor whirled. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi arrived here. As soon as Yang Yi did, a white-haired old man appeared before him. A Peak 4 World Realm expert. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, Yang Yi, you're not welcome here. Leave in 10 breaths of time or suffer the consequences. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he shook his head and smiled. Do I need you to welcome me? Chapter 2461 You're So Shameless. Chapter 2461 You're So Shameless. The old man was clearly aware of Yang Yi's identity. The D clan wasn't afraid of Yang Yi, but it didn't want to offend this fellow at a time like this. Because even the D clan didn't dare to ignore Yang Yi's strength. The white-haired old man's face fell when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, what are you trying to say? You. Yang Yi waved his hand. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Tell the experts of the Creation Sect and Immortality Sect to show themselves. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. They are guests of my D clan now. Yang Yi, you. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A sword howl resounded. Bang! The old man was immediately struck by it. His body exploded apart, and his soul fled his body at the critical moment, and appeared over 1 kilometer away. The old man, who was just a soul now, glared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, how dare you! Hiss! A ray of sword energy pierced through the old man's forehead. The old man's soul exploded apart. He was dead. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and Arya appeared by his side. She glared at him, and he smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I used a little too much strength. Arya absorbed the spirit and soul, but that attack of his had obliterated the old man completely, so she had nothing to absorb. Arya felt quite helpless. Big brother Yang, you know I've been constantly hungry lately. Do you think it's easy for me to ever have a filling meal? She actually started to tear up. Stop! Yang Yi hurriedly admitted his mistakes. It was my fault. I guarantee you'll use lesser strength next time, alright? She grunted and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi sighed softly. What a little lord! He started walking into the distance, and it didn't take long for him to see a huge and grand city. It was extremely tall and simply stretched boundlessly toward both sides. At the top of the city, Yang Yi saw 2 gilded words. Emperor's City. Yang Yi walked over to the city's entrance. It was shut tight. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, causing the entire city to quake. Meanwhile, a young man appeared before him. The young man wore a gorgeous embroidered robe, had hair that hung down to his shoulders, and held a pitch-black spear. The young man sized up Yang Yi. It may be our first meeting, but I've heard of you. Right, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Di Qing, the D clan's successor. Yang Yi glanced at the young man. Ailing's fiancé? Di Qing shook his head. That's over now. A part of it was thanks to you. Yang Yi said. Alright, let's not waste each other's time. I'm sure you know why I'm here. So, shall we fight, or will you hand them over? Di Qing smiled. They have sided with my D clan, so they are part of my clan now. Thus, we naturally have to fight. Yang Yi nodded. That makes things easier. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi appeared before Di Qing. Right at the instant Yang Yi appeared before Di Qing, the latter's spear shot forward rapidly like surging thunder. Meanwhile, Executor left its sheath. Hiss! The spear was instantly sliced into 2. Di Qing's pupils constricted as he floated over 300 m back. He was very fast, so had been able to avoid Yang Yi's lethal strike. However, as soon as he descended to the ground, Yang Yi appeared before him again. Yang Yi's sword descended. Di Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he twisted his right hand and slammed a punch forward. It was much faster than Yang Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted around 300 m away. Yang Yi looked down at his stomach and noticed that it had sunken in. Moreover, his internal organs ached a little. Yang Yi looked up at Di Qing. So you don't use the spear, you use the fist? Di Qing grinned. Can't I? Yang Yi smiled. Of course you can. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and Di Qing took a step back in response. A moment later, his figure soared up into the air, and then he twisted it sideways before slamming a punch forward. It wasn't just fast, it was an extremely powerful punch too. However, it was slamming down upon Yang Yi's sword, and Yang Yi was holding executor. His fist descended. Hiss! A fist flew up into the air. However, Yang Yi was pushed over 30 m back as well. Di Qing glanced at Yang Yi's sword and ridiculed. A super divine treasure! It truly does cut through everything. But I'm really curious, if you don't have that sword, then wouldn't you be nothing? Obviously, he wasn't convinced of his defeat. Of course he wasn't. Yang Yi wouldn't have been able to slice off his hand without executor. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Trying to provoke me to give up my sword? To be honest, I don't have to prove anything to you. If you think that I'm bullying you by using a super divine treasure, then you can use one too. Go on. Di Qing's face was quite unsightly. A super divine treasure? The Di clan didn't even have one. So how could he? Di Qing smiled coldly. Yang Yi, you've truly allowed me to gain a new understanding of the word shameless. Yang Yi replied. You don't have a super divine treasure, so I can't use one? Are you being shameless or am I? Since you don't have one, allow me to give you a different way of fighting fairly. I won't use my super divine treasure, but you must suppress your cultivation to the true Dao realm. Because I'm only at the true Dao realm right now. Let's fight one-on-one without any weapons and in the same realm of cultivation. That's fair, isn't it? The true Dao realm. Di Qing's face grew even more unsightly. He was a 4-world realm expert right now, while Yang Yi was really only at the true Dao realm. However, even an idiot knew that Yang Yi couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. If he suppressed his cultivation to the true Dao realm, it was obvious that he would have no chance at victory. Di Qing stared at Yang Yi. You're so shameless! Yang Yi shook his head and put executor away. After that, he appeared before Di Qing, and the latter's eyes narrowed as he slammed a punch forward. Meanwhile, sword precursor slashed down in Yang Yi's grasp. 5 swings with the sword domain. As soon as this attack descended, Di Qing's expression changed. Bang! Di Qing was blasted away, and at the instant that happened, a flying sword suddenly shot out from the sword gourd. It instantly arrived before Di Qing. Di Qing's expression changed drastically. While his body had lost balance, had still forcefully swung a punch at this critical moment. But a punch executed in a hurry like this was much weaker than it had previously been. Hiss! The flying sword pierced through his fist, and Di Qing himself was blasted away and slammed against the city walls. Di Qing wasn't even able to recover from his shock when 2 flying swords stabbed into his shoulders and nailed him on the wall. A crushing defeat. Yang Yi walked over to Di Qing and looked up at him. Di Qing stared at Yang Yi without any fear in his eyes. Yang Yi smiled. You're only so fearless because you have people to protect you. It's the 5 world realm experts of the Di clan, right? Di Qing laughed coldly. Yang Yi, do you think that you can even kill 5 world realm experts? Or perhaps you think the desolate race will take your side? Yes, you are friends with Huang Ying, but who do you think he will choose when it's between you and my Di clan? Even if Huang Ying chooses you, the elders of the desolate race won't agree to it. You! Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. As soon as this attack descended, Di Qing's voice stopped abruptly. He wasn't dead. Because an old man had appeared before him, and Yang Yi's attack had been forcefully stopped by a blue barrier of light. A 5 world realm expert. A true 5 world realm expert. However, the old man was at the 4 world realm right now. It was because the Emperor world wasn't a mid-level world. If Eternal Kingdom was excluded, then the Desolate world was the only mid-level world throughout this universe, and so it could barely support the presence of 5 world realm experts. But the Emperor world wasn't a mid-level world. The old man waved his right hand. The barrier of light exploded apart, and Yan Yi appeared around 100 m away. The old man glanced at Yan Yi and said, Yan Yi, there isn't much enmity between my D clan and you, yet you killed one of our 4 world realm experts on arrival. Aren't you going a little too far? Yan Yi smiled. I don't want to waste my breath. All I want to know is whether your D clan is going to hand over those fellows from the Creation sect and Immortality sect. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Yan Yi, do you think my D clan fears you? You! The old man's voice stopped abruptly because Yan Yi was in front of him. A sword descended. It was Executor. 5 swings with the sword domain. As soon as the 5th swing descended, the space here cracked open. Such a world wasn't able to endure this attack of Yan Yi's. While the old man was at the 5-world realm, had suppressed his cultivation to the 4-world realm. So, he didn't dare to go head-on against Yan Yi's attack. After all, Yan Yi was using the number 1 sword of Eternal Kingdom. The old man raised his hands slightly. In an instant, a wave of powerful aura swept out from within him, and at the instant his palms descended, the space here started to ripple. Boom! A wave of powerful energy surged out like an erupting volcano. Bang! The powerful energy blasted Yan Yi backward repeatedly. He was pushed over 300 m back. The old man didn't attack again and said, Yan Yi, the Creation sect and Immortality sect are subordinate sects of my D clan now. If you attack them, you're attacking my D clan. Let me just say this right here and now. My D clan is protecting them no matter what. Yan Yi suddenly spoke ferociously. If that's the case, then I'll annihilate your D clan today. Boom! As soon as he said that, a wave of powerful intent surged up into the air from within Yan Yi. The madness intent. Meanwhile, Executor soundlessly entered the sword gourd, and it was replaced by the sword precursor and sword supreme. Dual swords. Chapter 2462 Area enters the city. Chapter 2462 Area enters the city. Executor entered the sword gourd, and Yan Yi held his dual swords as he charged at the old man. The eyes of the 5-world realm expert before Yan Yi gradually turned icy cold. Actually, the D clan didn't want to offend Yan Yi at a time like this. After all, Yan Yi was no ordinary person, and he was a man. But it didn't represent that they feared him. Yan Yi was provoking him and refusing to give them any face, so if the D clan still chose to endure it, they would undoubtedly be laughed at by the entire world. Large clans cared about their honor the most. Yan Yi had arrived before the old man, and a sword swept at the old man's throat. It was like a bolt of lightning. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he moved 30 m back to avoid Yan Yi's attack. A moment later he pressed his palm down at Yan Yi from afar. Bang! The space above Yan Yi slammed down like a mountain and crashed down upon Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Yan Yi swung his swords forward. Hiss! Hiss! That expanse of space was instantly sliced open. Suddenly, the old man vanished on the spot, and then a huge fist appeared out of thin air and slammed at Yan Yi's head. It hadn't even arrived before him when a wave of powerful energy had blasted cracks open in the space behind Yan Yi. While the old man was at the 4-world realm now, his attack possessed the strength capable of destroying 5 worlds. It was extremely strong. Yan Yi didn't dodge, nor could he. The force of the punch covered the surroundings, so not to mention him, even the space around him was enveloped within it. Yan Yi suddenly spun on the spot and slashed his swords. The sword domain. 5 swings. Unlike before, it was executed with 2 swords, so it was 2 swords each executing 5 swings with the sword domain. His swords descended. Bang! The old man's energy was instantly blasted into bits. At the same time, he was pushed over 1 kilometer away. And the old man hadn't even stopped himself when a flying sword flashed. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his right hand and twisted it, causing a vortex to form in space and stop the sword. In just an instant, the sword pierced through the vortex and went straight in. The old man frowned and punched at it. The energy of 5 worlds. Boom! The flying sword was punched away, but the old man was pushed over 300 m back again. The old man wasn't even able to counterattack when Yan Yi appeared before him. Both swords descended in unison. The madness sword technique. Just like that, the old man was pushed back repeatedly. At the moment the old man started to be pushed back, he knew the situation was bad. Sure enough, Yan Yi's swords descended like a storm, and every one of them was lethal. This forced him to exhaust all his strength dealing with them, and stopping him from being able to counterattack. Even if he tried to, he noticed that Yan Yi's strength wasn't any weaker to him. Suppression. Yan Yi was fully suppressing the old man. However, it was just the beginning. As the battle continued, the blood vessels beneath Yan Yi's skin started to tremble, and his madness intent grew more and more stronger. Madness. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to go completely mad. At this moment, the old man had been pushed extremely far back. As for the space here, it was covered in pitch black cracks. All of them had been sliced open by Yan Yi's swords. Even the old man was covered in injuries. It was terrible. At this moment, the old man was beyond shocked because Yan Yi was growing stronger as the battle went on. He was much stronger than had previously been. If he was said to be able to deal with Yan Yi earlier than now, he could only passively defend himself. He didn't even have the slightest chance to counterattack. Just like that, the old man was pushed back repeatedly, and it didn't take long for him to be unable to persist much longer. It was because his arms and body were covered in injuries, and some even pierced through his entire body. It could be said that his body was almost in pieces. If this continued, death would only be a matter of time. Attack! Suddenly, the old man's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, 5 powerful auras shot out from the city, and then they slammed down upon Yan Yi. Boom! Yan Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, 5 extraordinary experts appeared before the old man. All of them were peak 4 world realm experts. Moreover, their auras weren't inferior to the old man who'd suppressed his own strength to the 4 world realm. Every extraordinary clan had its own territory, and the D clan was no exception. They were one of the D clan's trump cards. The old man stared at Yan Yi, who was in an insane state right now. Horror. He felt quite horrified by Yan Yi. He was a 5 world realm expert. While had suppressed his cultivation, he was still a 5 world realm expert at his core. However, Yan Yi had almost killed him just now. Yan Yi was actually that strong. At this moment, had gained a clear realization that 4 world realm experts were no threat to Yan Yi. Not to mention 4 world realm experts, even 5 world realm experts with their cultivations suppressed were no match for him. It could be said that he was practically invincible below the 5 world realm. Suddenly, Yan Yi transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically. Yan Yi, you! The old man hadn't even finished speaking when an expert in the distance was sliced into bits by Yan Yi's dual swords. Once he instantly killed that expert, Yan Yi charged at another. The sword gored by his waist trembled, and then a ray of light flashed out of it. The flying sword was even faster than Yan Yi and struck a nearby 4 world realm expert. That 4 world realm expert's expression had changed drastically when he saw the sword shoot at him. He stomped his right foot down and moved 300 m back. However, Yan Yi was even faster than him. As soon as he stopped, Yan Yi appeared before him. 2 swords descended. 200 swings in a breath of time. All of them struck the same spot. While that expert had fought back in the face of death, it was pointless. He was instantly sliced into pieces. Meanwhile, Arya appeared beside Yan Yi. She glanced at him and silently moved to the side before quietly devouring the expert's soul and energy. Yan Yi wasn't in a normal state right now, so she couldn't afford to offend him. Yan Yi ignored Arya, who was sneaking a meal over there. He gazed to the side once he killed that expert, and vanished on the spot. 2 rays of sword energy flashed in parallel to each other. That expert's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't flee because he knew that it was impossible. he risked his life instead. That four-world realm expert clenched his fists slowly, and then he put them together and slammed them forward. Bang! A wave of flames rippled out from his fists. In an instant, an ocean of flames appeared in the space before him. However, this ocean of flames was sliced open by two rays of sword energy, and then they arrived above his head. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes, and then his stomach started to expand. An instant later, he exploded apart. Bang! A wave of powerful energy exploded forth, and the space in a huge area shook and cracked open. As for Yang Yi, who bore the brunt of it, he was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Self-detonation. The self-detonation of a Peak 4 World Realm expert. How terrifying was that? Even Yang Yi was blasted by it to the point his body cracked open. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy, or he would have been heavily injured even if he could avoid death. Because had been too close to that expert. As for Arya, she was completely fine. She was merely pushed a few steps back before she stabilized herself and continued eating. The 5 World Realm experts of the D clan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. 3 Peak 4 World Realm experts had died just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. However, Yang Yi didn't stop. Once his injuries had healed slightly, he charged at the old man. The old man's face was extremely ferocious. He glanced at Arya, who was still devouring the souls and energy, and he said, "You go capture that young girl. It'll keep him busy." As soon as he said that, his figure transformed into a beam of light that charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the other 4 World Realm expert charged at Arya. Obviously, they planned to capture Arya to threaten Yang Yi. Arya suddenly looked up at the 4 World Realm expert who charged at her. "What are you trying to do?" That expert spoke ferociously. "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, bang! He was blasted away and slammed against the city walls, causing the thick and strong city walls to collapse. The 4 World Realm expert crawled up from the rubble and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After that, he looked down at his stomach, and it had a hole in it. A hole that pierced straight through. He was beyond shocked, and he looked up at the young girl before him. Who are you?" Arya patted her palms together and walked over to him. "I'm Arya, Snowy's friend. Understand? It's fine if you don't understand. And I'm going to eat you now." Arya slapped her palm against the man's head. Bang! That expert was slammed into a pile of mush. Arya squatted down and started devouring. Around 15 minutes later, she patted her stomach and shook her head. "I'm still a little hungry." She glanced at the old man to the right. Actually, she wanted to devour the old man, but she didn't dare to go over there. Yang Yi wasn't in a normal state right now, and she was worried that he would attack her too. Arya hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she looked toward the city and cracked a smile. So many people! She walked over to the city's entrance. It was closed. Arya kicked the gates. Bang! Not just the gate, but the entire section of the walls collapsed. Just like that, Arya swaggered off into Emperor City. Arya had entered the city. Chapter 2463 Dragon Stew. Chapter 2463 Dragon Stew. The moment he saw Arya enter the city, the old man in battle with Yang Yi was absolutely shocked. He hadn't expected her strength to actually be this terrifying. She'd punched a 4 World Realm expert death with just one punch. Was she a greater monster than Yang Yi? However, he didn't have the time to pay any attention to Arya because Yang Yi's barrage of attacks had almost shattered his body. The old man wanted to flee on many occasions, but Yang Yi just refused to let him escape. Hiss! 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 Yang Yi's sword sliced into his bone and made him bleed with every swing. Finally, his body was gone. A soul. At the instant his body collapsed, he decisively abandoned his body and vanished on the spot. Head fled. He fled into the city. Outside the city, Yang Yi withdrew a world crystal and swallowed it, and then he started walking toward the city's entrance. Once Arya entered the city, she glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for Snowy to appear on her shoulder. Arya asked, "Snowy, where are the treasures?" "Treasures?" Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her to point in a certain direction. Arya nodded and ran swiftly in that direction. Perhaps she was doing it on purpose, but as she ran, the entire city was actually trembling violently, and the ground collapsed beneath her feet. The entire city was experiencing an earthquake. Arya ran faster and faster, and only ruins laid in her wake. Suddenly, countless pillars of light shot at her from all directions. They were dense like a storm and enveloped the space all around her. She didn't stop at all, but Snowy hurriedly hid herself. It didn't take long for those pillars of light to descend. All of them struck Arya. However, Arya was still running. Any pillar of light that struck her would explode apart like fireworks. But not only were they incapable of slowing her down, she was still growing faster. Finally, all the pillars of light had vanished, but it didn't take long for a powerful aura to shoot up into the air from afar. After that, a colossus appeared in the sky. A dragon? It was a huge pitch-black dragon that blotted out the sky. Waves of aura were ceaselessly seeping out of it, and the aura caused the space and the surroundings to ripple. There was a middle-aged man on its head. He was the patriarch of the D clan, Di Lien, a true 5-world realm expert. Di Lien glanced at Arya and frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Even he couldn't see through Arya. Arya was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly appeared by her side. She blinked, and then she soundlessly moved slightly away from him. She couldn't afford to offend Yang Yi right now. Di Lien's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. "The young are really amazing. Yang Yi, you." Suddenly, Yang Yi shot up into the air, and a ray of sword energy slashed at Di Lien. Di Lien frowned when he saw Yang Yi just attack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword had arrived. Di Lien tapped his right foot against the dragon's head, and then he slammed a punch at Yang Yi. At the instant his fist shot forward, a wave of violet energy rippled out from the top of his fist. It blasted apart Yang Yi's sword energy, and then Yang Yi was blasted back to where had been a moment ago. However, Yang Yi immediately charged up into the air again. Di Lien frowned while the desire to kill surged in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was really going too far. Di Lien suddenly vanished from the dragon's head and charged at Yang Yi. A powerful aura swept out from him like the tide, and it caused the entire city to tremble. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was growing increasingly insane. However, as soon as they collided, Yang Yi was at a disadvantage. When she saw Yang Yi and Di Lien getting locked in battle, Arya's gaze descended upon the black dragon. At this moment, the dragon was looking at her too. They were in the same realm of cultivation. Both of them were at the peak of the 4-world realm. Arya licked her lips, and then she shot into the air and slammed herself against the dragon. The dragon slapped its claw at Arya. It seemed like it could slap the ground apart. Arya revealed no fear and just slammed against it. Bang! The dragon's body shook violently, and then it was blasted over 300 m away. At the same time, its claws cracked open and blood sprayed. Arya didn't stop. Her figure shot up into the air, and then she slammed her little head against the dragon's body. Boom! She actually blasted through its body. The powerful force of the collision even blasted the dragon over 10 kilometers away. And there was a huge and bloody hole in its stomach. Just these 2 attacks of hers had heavily injured the black dragon. The experts of the D clan and the surroundings were stunned by this. The black dragon was the guardian beast of the D clan, and it was from the primal era too. Even though it was a little more inferior than the primal true dragon, it was still an overlord in the world of demon beasts. Yet now, such an overlord was being beaten up by that young girl. It was being beaten up. Arya didn't stop. She charged at the black dragon again. This time, there was fear in the dragon's eyes. It was slightly fearful as soon as they entered into battle. It was innate fear. While it was slightly fearful, it didn't flee, nor could it. Moreover, as a part of the dragon clan, it had its own dignity. Actually, if it knew about the primal true dragon, it would just disregard its dignity. Dignity was something they had to disregard before existences like Snowy and Arya because their lives were more important. A vicious glow arose in the black dragon's eyes. Suddenly its body spun, and its huge tail swept at Arya. Powerful force swept apart the space throughout the sky. It was obvious how terrifying the energy it contained was. Arya suddenly stopped, gazed at the tail, and then she leaped up and slammed herself at it. A head-on collision! Arya didn't choose to avoid the dragon's attack and had chosen a head-on collision instead. Both of them slammed against each other. Boom! Arya blasted through the dragon's tail. At the same time, the dragon was blasted away and howled with pain. A huge bloody hole had appeared in the dragon's tail. It was the size of Arya's body. This time, Arya didn't stop attacking. She immediately flashed over to the dragon's back, and then she slammed a punch at it. The dragon was horrified, and a wave of powerful dragon pressure rippled out of it. However, Arya just ignored the pressure. After all, as far as she was concerned, dragon pressure was utterly useless. Not to mention the black dragon, even the dragon pressure from the primal true dragon, a pure-blooded dragon, was a joke to Arya. Such dragon pressure couldn't even compare to a single glance from a Nanjing. Just like Snowy, Arya felt both respect and a trace of fear for a Nanjing. Arya's fist slammed against the dragon in the end. Bang! The dragon was blasted down from the sky and crashed into the city. Boom! The entire city shook violently, and then a cloud of dust surged up into the air. Meanwhile, Arya dived down and stomped her foot on the dragon's head. Bang! The dragon's head was stomped into bits. Just like an exploding ball. After that, Arya suddenly started eating. This time, she ate it raw and didn't just devour its energy and soul. Arya wasn't very fond of human flesh, and human flesh was too little. It felt like she wasn't even eating anything. However, the flesh of demon beasts was different. Not only was it tasty, it contained energy. The essence of a demon beast was within its flesh, and the essence of a person was within their spirit and energy. Just like that, countless experts of the D clan watched as Arya ate the dragon. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared nearby. Arya took a few more bites and gazed at Snowy. Want some? Snowy blinked. Arya thought for a moment, and then clawed at the dragon's stomach. A fist-sized white pearl appeared in her claw. The dragon ball. It was the best part of the black dragon. Arya flicked it over to Snowy. Take that. It's very tasty. Snowy glanced at the dragon ball, which was still covered in blood, and shook her head. It was too bloody, and she preferred eating clean things. Arya glanced at Snowy. It's a treasure, and it's really tasty. Snowy wiped the dragon ball, and then a strand of spirit energy cleaned it completely. Snowy put the dragon ball away and pointed at Yang Yi. Arya glanced at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was still fighting the D clan's patriarch, Di Lian. Yang Yi was at a disadvantage. Arya withdrew her gaze. Don't worry about Big Brother Yang. He grows stronger as he fights, so he'll definitely defeat that guy. Actually, she didn't dare to interfere. Yang Yi would attack anyone in sight while he was in this state. Especially now that Yang Yi had become much stronger and could pierce her defenses. She cherished her life, so she was staying away from him. That was what Arya thought. Suddenly, Arya stood up and grabbed the black dragon's tail. It's tasteless. Let's take it back to the pagoda and enjoy it slowly. Just like that, she dragged it into the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform. All the demons had surrounded the platform. Eat. All of them were drooling at the sight of the huge black dragon. They'd been with Yang Yi for so long that they'd almost forgotten they were demon beasts. Arya walked around the dragon and said, Let's cook it and enjoy it together. Oxy, you start the fire. Dragon, you cut it up, cut it into smaller pieces. Tiger, you go ask big sister Qinshi and the others for things like salt. Qilin, you go get a pot. The martial Qilin was stunned speechless. A pot? Where would it get such a huge pot? Chapter 2464 Kill. Kill. Chapter 2464 Kill. Kill. When she saw the look on the Marshal Qilin's face, Arya realized what was wrong. She thought for a moment and said, "Get some metal and make one yourself." Make one itself. The Marshal Qilin nodded because that could be done. It turned around and left. A short while later, a huge pot that was larger than a house appeared on the ascension platform. A huge iron pot to stew the black dragon. Just like that, the black dragon was cut apart under Arya's command and placed in the pot. They started cooking it. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was still fighting Di Lian outside the pagoda. At this moment, they were equally matched. He grew stronger as the battle progressed. At this point in the battle, Di Lian actually had the intent to retreat. There was no irreconcilable enmity between Yang Yi and the Di clan. Even if the Di clan could kill Yang Yi, it would have to pay a terrible price to succeed. The Di clan had existed for thousands of years, and it naturally had many more trump cards. However, Di Lian didn't want to use them. Those trump cards were being kept for the battle with the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom. That battle was critical to the Di clan. Moreover, the Di clan had trump cards, but did Yang Yi have none? Not to mention anything else, just that young girl from before instilled quite a bit of fear in Di Lian. He knew the dragon's strength very well. It was a primal demon that had cultivated for over 10,000 years. It was merely inferior to a primal true dragon in the dragon clan, but that black dragon had been beaten to death by the young girl. While he didn't know anything about her origins, he knew that she was no human. A mysterious demon beast. Di Lian had the intent to retreat, but Yang Yi was in such a state, and it was a state where he was impossible to reach. Moreover, Yang Yi was growing stronger as the battle progressed. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly in the air above the city. As time trickled by, Di Lian was being suppressed by Yang Yi instead. It was because Yang Yi's sword had grown faster and stronger. "Raise the formation!" Suddenly, Di Lian's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, a beam of light shot up into the air from deep beneath the ground and slammed against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. He was pushed all the way out of the city. Meanwhile, a huge barrier of light appeared around the city. It completely enveloped the city. At the same time, a white vortex of light appeared in the air above the city and rays of terrifying aura rippled out from within it. In the air above the city, Di Lian gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "Attack!" As soon as he gave the command, the white vortex suddenly started spinning, and then numerous beams of light that carried terrifying energy within them shot out like arcs of lightning from within the vortex. They were extremely fast. Yang Yi swung both his swords. Hiss! 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 Every single swing of his swords would slice apart a beam of light, but there were too many of them. Moreover, the energy they contained was too powerful. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. Suddenly, the sword gourd trembled on Yang Yi's waist, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and stabbed the white vortex of light. Boom! It obliterated the white vortex of light. Executor! Yang Yi hadn't been using it earlier. Battle! As Sword Scroll had mentioned in the past, he needed to fight like a madman to fully awaken his bloodline. Ordinary 4-world realm experts were entirely incapable of making him enter a mad state. Now that had finally encountered an expert like Di Lian who could suppress him, he naturally refused to give up on such an opportunity. Thus, he hadn't chosen to use Executor. However, Di Lian refused to fight him in single combat, and tried to use a formation. At this moment, Yang Yi instinctively used Executor. Just one attack and the formation was destroyed. In the sky above the city, Di Lian's face fell. The number 1 sword of Eternal Kingdom. He naturally recognized it. Once he destroyed the formation, Yang Yi charged at Di Lian again. As soon as he arrived above Di Lian, his swords descended. 5 swings with the sword domain. He was being serious now. Di Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. He squatted down slightly and formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly rippled out from him. As Yang Yi's swords descended, Dilan raised his palms. The powerful aura they emanated immediately gained a target and surged up into the air. Boom! An explosion rumbled through the sky above the city. Both of them split up. Yan Yi returned to where had been a while ago, and Di Lian moved around 300 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, a flying sword soundlessly arrived before him. A flying sword! Di Lian's eyes narrowed slightly and he pressed his palms together. Yan Yi's flying sword was instantly clamped between his palms, but the powerful force they carried pushed Di Lian backward repeatedly. Suddenly, Di Lian released his grip and moved his head slightly to the side. Hiss! The flying sword passed right by his face. The flying sword curved in an arc and shot back at him. But this time, the force it contained was much inferior than it had previously been. Di Lian slammed a punch forward, and the powerful impact from it forced the sword to a stop. But right at this moment, Yan Yi suddenly appeared behind him, and then two swords slashed down. Di Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. He twisted his right foot against the ground and stomped it down. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out with him at its center. The energy forcefully pushed Yan Yi back, but at the instant that happened, a flying sword appeared before Di Lian's forehead. It would have stabbed into his forehead if it moved just half an inch forward. Di Lian had clamped the sword again with both palms. But right at this moment, Yan Yi suddenly appeared behind Executor, and then he grabbed it with his right hand and twisted. Hiss! A pair of palms flew up into the air while Di Lian himself was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away by the energy unleashed by Executor. Had taken Di Lian's palms. Di Lian stared indifferently at Yan Yi from afar. Yan Yi was about to continue when a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Brother Yang, please show mercy! Yan Yi ignored the voice and just charged at Di Lian. The voice resounded again. Missin, please show yourself! A Nanjing appeared before Yang Yi, and Yang Yi swung his sword at her. But she didn't counterattack and just gazed at Yang Yi. The sword didn't descend completely in the end. It stopped just around 10 centimeters away from her head. The madness intent around Yang Yi gradually surged back into his body, and the blood vessels beneath his skin gradually returned to normal. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before he turned around. Huang Ying was standing in front of him. Huang Ying smiled. Congratulations, your strength has improved quite a bit, Brother Yang. Anyway, can you let me say a few words? Yang Yi said. Go on. Huang Ying smiled. Your objective is the creation sect and immortality sect, right? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. But I don't mind adding the D clan to my list. Di Lian's face remained indifferent when he heard Yang Yi. Huang Ying shook his head and smiled, and then he gazed at Di Lian. Senior, there's no irreconcilable enmity between your clan and Yang Yi. But it's different for the creation sect and immortality sect. They tried to hunt and kill Brother Yang on many occasions in the past, so can you make them show themselves and let them resolve their issues on their own? Di Lian glanced at Huang Ying. They're subordinates of my D clan now. Huang Ying smiled. Senior, I know the D clan has many trump cards, and I know you have many trump cards. But while the D clan has some, do you think Yang Yi doesn't? Not to mention anything else, just that young girl and Missin are enough to give your D clan a huge headache, right? Missin. Di Lian glanced at Nanjing. Just as Huang Ying had said, she felt very dangerous to him, even more dangerous than Yang Yi. The young girl from before was another problem. Her physical strength was even more terrifying than a dragon. So it made him wonder what exactly her origins were. Meanwhile, Huang Ying added, Senior Di Lian, my desolate race and your clan are working together, so to be honest, my desolate race doesn't hope to see your clan get into serious trouble. Of course, we don't want Yang Yi to get into serious trouble either, so I came here personally. Di Lian looked Huang Ying in the eyes. Which side is your desolate race taking? Huang Ying smiled. Neither. But... He shook his head and smiled at this point. If it's my own personal opinion, then I would take Brother Yang's side. Di Liang's eyes narrowed. It was quite a tactful reply. Everyone knew that Huang Ying was the desolate race's crown prince. If he took Yang Ye's side, didn't it represent that the desolate race was taking Yang Ye's side? The desolate race was taking Yang Ye's side. Di Lian would naturally not think that Huang Ying was being impulsive. The desolate race had chosen Yang Yi instead of the Di clan. Obviously, they looked more favorably upon him. Why did they think that? Moreover, why did the desolate race give up on taking the sprite progenitor in Yang Ye's possession? Even if Yang Yi and Huang Ying were friends, it wouldn't be enough to stop the desolate race. It was a sprite progenitor. After thinking about it for a long time, Di Lian glanced at Yang Yi. My Di clan has lost this battle. I've kicked out the creation sect and immortality sect from the Emperor world. He turned around and vanished on the spot. The Di clan had admitted defeat. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi. You don't blame me for this, right? Yang Yi shook his head. He naturally wouldn't blame Huang Ying because had never planned on fighting the Di clan to the death. Huang Ying spoke softly. While the Di clan is inferior to my desolate race and eternal kingdom, they aren't ordinary. If worse comes to worse, once Di Lian stops suppressing his cultivation, you will only have a 30% chance to defeat him, and he isn't the only 5-world realm expert in the Di clan. Besides that, the patriarch of the Di clan from all those years ago is still alive. He didn't show himself, but if he did, this incident would have become even more difficult to deal with. My ancestor, the Desolate Emperor, once fought with that ancestor of the Di clan. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Besides that, the Di clan has some other old experts who survived from all those years ago. Once the Di clan is in danger of being annihilated, all of them will show themselves. And once you drive them into a corner, your strength isn't enough to resist them at all. Yang Yi nodded and glanced at the city. When will the war begin? He was naturally speaking about the war between the desolate race and eternal kingdom. Huang Ying smiled. Soon. Yang Yi nodded slightly, turned around, and left. Huang Ying asked, Where are you going? To kill. Yang Yi didn't even shoot a glance back at him. Chapter 2465 Fuck. Chapter 2465 Fuck. Kill. Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. He hadn't known Yang Yi for long, but he knew Yang Yi's temper very well. Absolutely vengeful. Yang Yi was an absolutely petty person, and one could only dream that he would be magnanimous upon offending him. Huang Ying turned around with the intent to leave, but a voice came from within the city. Crown Prince, please come in. It was Di Lian's voice. Huang Ying didn't hesitate to enter the city. At this moment, the city was in a mess. Huang Ying and Di Lian walked side by side through the streets. Huang Ying spoke first. Senior, did you want to ask about his background? Di Lian nodded. My Di clan suffered such a huge loss today, so I should at least know why, right? Huang Ying smiled. Actually, even I don't really know what it is. The reason my desolate race gave up on the sprite progenitor was naturally not me. However, even I don't know the real reason. This is the truth. He paused for a moment and continued. Actually, you should feel relieved. He possesses such strength at such a young age, so becoming enemies with him is a very unwise choice. Don't you think so too? Di Lian fell silent for a moment and replied. My Di clan failed to give this proper consideration. The Di clan had thought that while Yang Yi's strength wasn't bad, it wasn't great either. But they were wrong. It wasn't just not bad, he was very strong. Huang Ying nodded slightly. It's not too late. Di Lian suddenly said. I heard the Eternal Kingdom captured his father-in-law and even issued the highest warrant for him. Huang Ying glanced at Di Lian. You're quite well informed. Di Lian replied indifferently. The Eternal Kingdom isn't as easy to convince as my Di clan. Huang Ying smiled. That's true. He stopped and continued. I have many other things to deal with back home, so I'll be taking my leave. Di Lian said. Eternal Kingdom isn't the same now. They've been waiting for this day since a very long time ago. Huang Ying smiled. My desolate race isn't the same either. He chuckled and left. Di Lian closed his eyes slowly. Regardless of whether it was the desolate race or eternal kingdom, they were stronger than the D clan. Which side should the D clan take? Anyone who took the wrong side throughout history had been destroyed. Once he left the Emperor world, he quickly contacted Namli Ming, and she immediately gave him an answer without wasting her breath trying to persuade him. Yan Yi put the transmission talisman away and vanished on the spot. Eternal River. At this moment, a group was dashing madly above the river. They were the experts of the Creation Sect and Immortality Sect. They were rushing toward Eternal Kingdom. After they were driven out by the D clan, Zhao Wuji and the others knew very well that the Eternal Kingdom was their only hope. If they couldn't make Eternal Kingdom take them in, they would be finished. Yan Ye's strength was so great that even the D clan had to make a compromise. Flee. As far as they were concerned, they could only flee like madmen to Eternal Kingdom. Meanwhile, Yan Yi shot through space on his sword. Suddenly, he stopped and entered the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform. Yan Yi went to the platform, and he saw the demons seated in a circle. At the center of them was a huge pot, and it was so huge that it was the largest head ever seen. There were chunks of meat in the pot. Arya was still commanding the others. Oxy, cut the remaining meat into smaller pieces. Tiger, put more oil in, and those seasonings. Dragon, you go ask Big Sister in and the others if they want some dragon. The dragon was speechless. Meanwhile, Arya saw Yan Yi. Her eyes lit up and waved at him. Oh, big brother Yang, your mind is clear again. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Arya walked over to Yang Yi and pulled him over to the pot. Big brother Yang, it's dragon meat in there. It's very delicious. Want to try some? Yang Yi glanced at it and asked. The black dragon? Arya nodded. Actually, that little dragon would definitely be more delicious than this black dragon, but it can't be helped, I can't kill it, right? Fortunately, this black dragon barely passes, so it'll just make do. Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at her. Only Arya was capable of making dragon stew. Now Yang Yi finally understood why Butcher considered her a little demon. Meanwhile, Snowy went over to Yang Yi, and there was a pearl in her paw. The dragon pearl. Arya said. Big brother Yang, that's a great treasure. Your strength will improve quite a bit once you eat it. A dragon pearl. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, took it, and glanced at Arya and Snowy. Have fun. I have things to attend to. Yang Yi left the pagoda. Arya muttered softly. He's definitely going to kill again. Snowy was at a loss for words. Arya pulled Snowy over to the pot. At this moment, the soul in it was boiling. Oxy and the others were staring at the pot. They were even on the verge of drooling. Actually, cooked or raw meat made no difference to them. However, Arya had been raised by humans, so she preferred cooked meat. It couldn't be helped, they had to let her have what she wanted. Moreover, Snowy didn't like raw meat either. She would just refuse if it was raw, but she would try it if it was cooked. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sped up, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Eternal River. Yang Yi gazed at the boundless river before him, and he didn't hesitate to fly over it on his sword. The Eternal River was divided into 3 parts, downstream, midstream, and upstream. Upstream was the end of the river, and it was called its bank. The universe wall was right after it, and Eternal Kingdom was right beyond the wall. Yang Yi quickly passed through the downstream area. There was no danger there, but he encountered trouble upon arriving at the midstream area. He encountered a colossal demon beast. An aquatic demon beast. It was quite familiar because had seen one just like this, a royal crocodile. It looked almost identical to the royal crocodile from before. However, it was pure black, and it was many times larger than the one had seen in the past. Besides that, it had a row of spikes on its back. These spikes were extremely long, and there were hundreds of them. A primal royal crocodile! Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. This is a pure-blooded primal royal crocodile, an aquatic overlord. Even the primal true dragon wouldn't dare to rashly fight it underwater. Their combat strength is greatly increased while underwater. A primal royal crocodile. Yan Yi glanced at the primal royal crocodile that was looking at him. He thought for a moment and said, "Let me pass." The crocodile suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Bang! A pillar of water surged at Yan Yi. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung his sword. Hiss! It instantly sliced apart the pillar of water. But a colossus suddenly slammed itself at him. It was the primal royal crocodile. Yan Yi frowned slightly and swung his sword. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted away by it. And he flew over 3 kilometers back. However, there was a huge bloody injury on the crocodile's head. The crocodile was furious from being injured by Yan Yi. It raised its head and roared, and then it charged at Yan Yi again. The water in the area rippled, and then waves surged at Yan Yi. These waves simply blotted out the sky. They were like a tsunami. Yan Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He was about to attack when Arya appeared before him. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Big brother Yang, take a rest. Leave this fellow to me." She immediately charged at the crocodile once she finished speaking. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then countless waves exploded apart and rained down like a storm. Yang Yi looked over and saw Arya's fist slam against the crocodile's head, causing it to be blasted away. However, Arya didn't stop. She leaped up and slammed her figure against it. The crocodile's eyes were filled with viciousness. It had been utterly infuriated. Roar! The crocodile roared, and then it slammed its body at Arya. It had chosen a head-on collision. Yang Yi couldn't help but close his eyes. He felt the crocodile was insane. Just like that, they slammed against each other. Boom! The river water and the surroundings surged up into the clouds. As for the crocodile, it howled with pain as it flew away. This time, its head had cracked open, and the flesh within was clearly visible. Moreover, its entire body was covered in cracks. Blood was spraying in all directions. Everywhere it passed, it dyed the river water blood red. Arya patted her own head. She felt a little dizzy because Shed hit it a little too hard just now. It didn't take long for her to shake her head and look at the crocodile. She was about to attack again when Snowy appeared in front of her. Snowy pointed at the crocodile and pointed at herself. Arya blinked. "Snowy, I think we shouldn't try to make it submit. We should kill it and eat it, that's our real style." Snowy blinked and hurriedly shook her head. She pointed at the crocodile to display that they could recruit it to fight for them. Arya felt quite helpless. "But I want to eat it." Snowy passed the Tunghulu to her. Snowy was telling her to eat Tunghulu instead. Arya patted Snowy's head. "Snowy, Tunghulu isn't as tasty as meat. Moreover, as a demon, it's definitely very unyielding. Trust me, it won't surrender, and it won't submit to you." Suddenly, the primal royal crocodile spoke. "I'm willing to surrender. I am willing to submit." Arya was stunned, and then she gazed at it. "Fuck!" Chapter 2466 Submit. Chapter 2466 Submit. Submit. The primal royal crocodile was no fool. It was very well aware that it had bitten off more than it could chew. It could be said that if it didn't choose to surrender, then it would definitely be eaten alive by that young girl. Of course, most importantly, that white little fellow over there seemed to be the sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor. The crocodile wasn't very certain. Snowy was delighted when she heard it, and she quickly flew over it and patted it on the head. She was very pleased. The crocodile was certain once it saw Snowy from up close. The sprite progenitor. This little fellow really was the sprite progenitor. Snowy waved her paws to tell the crocodile to become smaller. The latter clearly understood her, and immediately shrunk over 10 times smaller. Snowy grinned and was even more pleased. Just like that, she took it into the primordial pagoda. Snowy even selected the ocean for it. Presently, it was the only demon in that ocean. The crocodile was absolutely overjoyed by this. It controlled the entire ocean in this world. Outside the primordial pagoda, Arya walked over to Yang Yi and spoke solemnly. Big brother Yang, Snowy can't keep doing this. I want get to eat so much meat if she keeps doing this. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Arya sighed softly. Big brother Yang, you should work harder. Snowy is recruiting so many lackeys all because of you. If you were stronger, she wouldn't recruit more. If she stops recruiting, you'll get to eat lots of meat. So, in conclusion, the reason I can't eat lots of meat is you. It's your fault, so you must compensate me. Understand? Yang Yi glared at her. Are you looking for a beating? Arya stuck out her tongue at him and ran off into the pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Arya went to the crocodile's territory, and the crocodile that had been floating on the surface immediately sank down. It didn't take long for the crocodile to reach the bottom. It didn't dare to show itself. That young girl was too terrifying. Arya grunted coldly and left to continue cooking her dragon meat. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi continued forward. This time, he didn't encounter any powerful demon beasts. Of course, there were many powerful demon beasts at the peak of the four-world realm here. Now, he finally understood why this place was so difficult to cross. There were no 5-world realm experts in Eternal Border, and the 4-world realm was the peak. But this place was filled with peak 4-world realm demon beasts. Not only were there many of them, all of them were very strong too. It could be said that ordinary 4-world realm experts weren't able to fight them at all. Ordinary 4-world realm experts would be courting death by coming here. However, he didn't see Zhao Wuji's group all along the way. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and a cold smile curled up on his lips. Yang Yi continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to arrive upstream. The water here was very calm, like it was deathly still. It shouldn't be this still. However, Yang Yi was strong and brave, so he didn't care. In any case, he had Arya and Snowy, so no matter what demon beast he faced, he could fight them even if he couldn't subdue them. Or it should be said that he could beat them up first before subduing them. Arya would be the bad one, and Snowy would be the good one. They worked really well together. Suddenly, the river water before Yang Yi rippled, and then it parted before him. It didn't take long for a mermaid to appear in front of him. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Move aside, I want repeat myself. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Is she the sprite progenitor? Yang Yi nodded. The mermaid fell silent for a short while and said, Don't go further. Yang Yi asked. Why? She replied softly. Those people you're pursuing did pass through here. However, they were being escorted, and they wanted us demons in the Eternal River to stop you. Yang Yi asked. The experts of Eternal Kingdom? The mermaid nodded. They're very strong. And they are waiting for you. Waiting for Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. At this moment, he finally understood why Eternal Kingdom had captured the governor of White Emperor City. It was to lure him to them, and they accepted Zhao Wuji's group so that he would be lured over as well. Simply speaking, they were intentionally making him go to them. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the mermaid. Why are you telling me all of this? She replied. All those years ago, if that sprite progenitor hadn't been benevolent, then all of us would have died during that calamity. You have the sprite progenitor with you, and my instinct tells me that you're not an evil person. So, you decide if you wish to continue forward or not. Once she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Suddenly Yang Yi said, Come with me. She was stunned and forgot to answer him. Yang Yi continued, Chaos is about to arrive in this world. It's very dangerous to stay here. Of course, you decide if you want to go with me. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before her. Snowy cracked a smile and raised a fruit toward the mermaid. The chaotic fruit. The mermaid gulped when she saw it. Is that for me? Snowy nodded and passed it to her. She accepted it with slightly trembling hands. She naturally knew what it was. A short while passed before she glanced at Snowy and gazed at Yang Yi. "I'll go with you." Yang Yi felt quite helpless because Snowy was still much better at it than him. Just like that, Yang Yi's army of demon beasts had one more member in it. Once she arrived in the primordial pagoda, she quickly became friends with the primal true dragon and the others. She even had quite a good relationship with Arya. It was because she'd brought lots of underwater delicacies and some pearls that contained extremely pure spirit energy. Arya was very fond of those pearls, so she asked for over a dozen from the mermaid. After that, she invited the mermaid to enjoy their dragon feast. Dragon meat! When she gazed at the pot of dragon meat and thought of the chaotic fruit she'd put away, it was the first time in her life that she felt that good people were rewarded for their good deeds. She'd merely been grateful to the previous sprite progenitor, so she'd warned Yang Yi and the current sprite progenitor. She hadn't expected her kindness to bring such tremendous change to her life. The four-world realm had been the end of her path of cultivation. But now, with that fruit in her grasp and the sprite progenitor's assistance, the five-world realm didn't seem difficult at all. On the ascension platform, the demons circled the huge pot and started feasting. Snowy frequently tasted a few small pieces too. She felt it wasn't bad, so she had a few more. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sped up and continued forward. He knew that something was waiting for him ahead, and he was very well aware of the situation he was about to face. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see the end of the river. There was a bridge there. The bridge wasn't very long, and it led to the end ahead. Yang Yi appeared on the bridge, and he saw a row of words there. "You'll be waiting in Eternal Kingdom, Tian Xiu." Tian Xiu. Yang Yi walked over to those words, and he gazed at them for a long time before he suddenly started laughing. "You really have gone to Eternal Kingdom?" Once he found out that she hadn't died, Yang Yi knew that she should have gone to Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi looked up into the distance, grinned, and sped up. Yang Yi was just halfway through the bridge when the river water on both sides started to roil, and then they rose up to form a barrier of water. The barrier of water enveloped the bridge and Yang Yi within it. There were countless mysterious talismans on the barrier of water, and they flowed along with the water. Moreover, the world within the barrier of water transformed into a void. It was a world of its own. A person appeared before Yang Yi, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji laughed coldly. "Yang Yi, do you know what this is?" "This?" Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy flashed, and it flashed through Zhao Wuji's body. However, Zhao Wuji was completely fine. It wasn't his actual body. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Zhao Wuji laughed coldly. "Don't waste your strength, this isn't my real body. It's just a projection. This is an illusory water barrier created by an extraordinary expert of Eternal Kingdom. It forms an independent world. Of course, the important part is that it's a mid-level world, a temporary mid-level world." "Haha! A temporary mid-level world can support a five-world realm expert, so suppression to the four-world realm isn't necessary." A temporary mid-level world. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Yang Yi naturally understood what Zhao Wuji was trying to say. In other words, it was a five-world realm expert of Eternal Kingdom who was here to kill him. A real five-world realm expert. Zhao Wuji added. "Yang Yi, that five-world realm expert from Eternal Kingdom is about to be here. Everyone from my creation sect and the immortality sect will be watching you die. So just wait for death to take you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gradually vanished amidst roaring laughter. Only Yang Yi remained within the barrier. Yang Yi didn't try to break it. He just closed his eyes slowly and stood there with his sword in hand. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear out of thin air before him. A five-world realm expert. The middle-aged man's aura was deep as an ocean and simply boundless. It even made an invisible wave of pressure appear on Yang Yi. In the primordial pagoda, the mermaid suddenly asked, "Should we go outside and help?" Arya took a huge bite of meat and shook her head. "No. Big Brother Yang is strong. If he's no match for that fellow, then we aren't either. Moreover, even if we're going to fight, We should fight on a full stomach. Come on, let's continue. The other demons exchanged glances. In the end, they gazed at Snowy. Snowy blinked and was about to respond when Arya suddenly tore off a small piece of meat and raised it before Snowy's mouth. This is tasty. Snowy was stunned. Chapter 2467 The Five-World Realm. Chapter 2467 The Five-World Realm. Snowy started eating too, because Yang Yi was the strongest in Snowy's heart. Unless she saw Yang Yi being beaten down with her own eyes, Yang Yi was the strongest and most invincible in her world. As for Yang Yi's strength, she had no idea how strong it was. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi and the middle-aged man's gazes met. They were just a few meters away from each other. The middle-aged man said, "That woman you killed was my subordinate. To be honest, I was mostly shocked when I heard that you killed her. You're just at the true Dao realm now. Of course, you're intentionally suppressing your cultivation, but it still really shocked me. We knew that besides the Five-World Realm, 4-World Realm experts would just be giving their lives away in battle against you. So I'm here." He shook his head and chuckled. "Once I saw you, I knew that even I am not fully confident in being able to kill you. My chances are only 70% at most. But that's enough for me." Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. "I've been to the Desolate Race, and they really surprised me. I think something about them is very good, and it's that they only believe in themselves and only rely on themselves. They never entrust their hopes to others, and they would never entrust their hopes to a future sprite progenitor. What about your eternal kingdom?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Actually, you're mistaken. We haven't entrusted our hopes to the sprite progenitor. There are many reasons why we want the sprite progenitor, like our unwillingness to let it fall into the Desolate Race's hands. Moreover, the sprite progenitor should take the side of the righteous, right? The righteous?" Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. "Eternal kingdom is righteous? Don't tell me you don't know why the Desolate Race wishes to invade you." The middle-aged man walked to the side, looked into the distance, and gazed at Zhao Wuji's group. "Eternal kingdom refuses to let the people of other universes enter it, and so they fight back. Actually, our ancestors expected this situation. But what do you think we should do? Open the doors to Eternal Kingdom and let everyone enter?" Yang Yi replied with a question. "Can't you?" The middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled. "You're too young. Yang Yi, you've come all the way here from a small world, and you've experienced a lot. Let me ask you something. What is the usual cause of a world's destruction?" "A world's destruction?" Yang Yi frowned slightly and waited for the man to continue. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "At most times, the world is destroyed not because of external forces, and not because of destiny. At most times, it's actually us humans that court death on our own. Seizing. The humans in every world are madly seizing from their world without any restraint. A world's resources are not limitless. Even a high-level world like Eternal Kingdom has finite resources." He chuckled at this point. "Perhaps you're unaware, but those people who were the first to reach Eternal Kingdom were actually from all around this universe. Once they arrived in Eternal Kingdom, they came together and made a decision. It was to close up Eternal Kingdom and ceaselessly strengthen the universe wall around Eternal Kingdom. So, the people of the other worlds are unable to enter Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps you think it's a very selfish act, but allow me to be honest, if they didn't do that, then Eternal Kingdom may have vanished by now. Even if it still exists, it would definitely be in its end times." Yang Yi said. "So, doing all of this makes you righteous?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "There's no need to consider righteousness. History is always written by the winner, and the winner is righteous while the loser is the evil side. I'm just trying to tell you that while it was selfish motivations which made Eternal Kingdom do that, these selfish motivations allowed Eternal Kingdom to remain until now. Moreover, Eternal Kingdom has a covenant of the strong." Yang Yi asked. "The covenant of the strong?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Once an expert at a certain level of strength dies in battle or at the end of their lifespans, they will disintegrate themselves and return all their energy back to the world. All the ancestors of Eternal Kingdom did that when they perished. Moreover, countless talisman masters and formation masters in Eternal Kingdom are tirelessly studying how to infinitely produce more spirit energy. I'm sure you've heard that Eternal Kingdom has an extraordinary spirit vein, a divine vein. It's precisely why Eternal Kingdom has been able to infinitely delay the arrival of its end times. And for the sake of protecting it, Eternal Kingdom has exhausted huge amounts of effort and time. Yang Yi shook his head. Sorry, that has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged man said. I naturally said so much to you because it has something to do with you. My Eternal Kingdom needs the Sprite Progenitor because only the joint forces of the Sprite Progenitor and Divine Vein can truly allow Eternal Kingdom's spirit energy and resources to be reproduced infinitely. Everyone in Eternal Kingdom needs the Sprite Progenitor. So, we must obtain her. Yan Yi laughed coldly. You need the Sprite Progenitor, so you try to take her by force and kill to obtain her? I won't say anything about the fact that you hunted me. After all, we're mortal enemies, so hunting me down isn't wrong. However, what did the people of Eternal Village do wrong? Just because they know me, so they must be annihilated. Is that so? The middle-aged man said. Besides my lord, there are many other voices in Eternal Kingdom, and some of them are very extreme. That incident, extreme? A ferocious smile curled up on Yang Yi's lips. I'm more extreme than all of you. As soon as he said that, Yang Yi stopped wasting his breath and transformed into a ray of light that shot at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and stopped talking as well. He raised his right hand before him and used his palm to stop Yang Yi's sword. However, Yang Yi suddenly twisted his sword with both hands. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy rippled out from the middle-aged man's palm. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away, and his figure slammed against the barrier. Bang! The barrier shook but only took a short moment to stop shaking. The middle-aged man glanced at his palm, and there was a tiny hole there. It had been stabbed open by Yang Yi's sword. Had used his energy to envelop his palm, but it had still been pierced. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. As expected of my Eternal Kingdom's #1 sword, it's very sharp. Unfortunately, your strength isn't enough yet. You can't fully utilize its strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then a wave of powerful energy slammed down on the latter. It seemed like the sky was collapsing upon Yang Yi, and the heaviness of it made Yang Yi feel suffocated while his internal organs almost exploded apart. Suddenly Yang Yi's figure turned ethereal, and then a ray of sword energy slashed down. The sword domain. At the critical moment, Yang Yi had used the sword domain again. After 5 swings, he added 1 more. 6 swings with the sword domain. Bang! As soon as the 6th swing descended, the world created by the barrier shook violently. At the same time, the middle-aged man was pushed back repeatedly until his figure slammed against the barrier. This time, his palm had cracked open. The middle-aged man looked up at Yang Yi, and then a flying sword suddenly shot at him. The middle-aged man raised his hand and swept it forward. Bang! It swept the flying sword away. Meanwhile, he clenched his left fist and slammed it at Yang Yi. The air within the barrier was completely blasted apart by this punch, and explosions resounded incessantly. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy filled this world within the barrier. It was ceaselessly trying to blast Yang Yi into bits. If Yang Yi hadn't used his sword intent and slaughter intent to stop it in time, he may have been blasted into mush by it. However, the energy was too strong. Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent were being ceaselessly destroyed. The middle-aged man walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Your strength is not bad indeed. If I suppressed my cultivation, I would be no match for you. Unfortunately, I don't have to suppress my cultivation in here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and the energy in the surroundings suddenly converged above Yang Yi. Right when he was about to press his palm down, Yang Yi, who'd been bitterly holding on until now, suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung his right palm down like a blade. The energy head converged earlier instantly appeared before him and blasted down. The sword arrived. Boom! As soon as Yan Ye's sword descended, he was blasted away. But this time, the middle-aged man was blasted away as well. Once he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. 6 swings with the sword domain. That previous attack had been 6 overlap swings with the sword domain. Even the middle-aged man hadn't been able to resist it completely. But Yang Yi was in a worse state. There was a price to pay for swings 6 times with the sword domain, and had done so twice in a short period. So, the price he paid was quite severe. Yan Ye's countenance was pale while cracks covered his body, and blood had completely enveloped him. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. According to my estimations, you'll have to execute an attack like that at least 20 times to have a chance at killing me. Unfortunately, you can't even execute it once more, right? The middle-aged man walked slowly in Yang Ye's direction while he spoke. Meanwhile, strands of faint baleful energy appeared around Yang Yi, and it grew stronger and stronger, madness intent. Once Yang Yi released his madness intent, the blood vessels beneath his skin suddenly started to tremble. At the same time, the madness intent and aura he emanated grew increasingly stronger. The entire world within the barrier of water was shaking violently. Chapter 2468 Bloodline Awakening. Chapter 2468 Bloodline Awakening. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. A bloodline! Bloodline! He was naturally capable of discerning that Yang Ye's aura had risen explosively because of Yang Ye's bloodline and not the madness intent. The middle-aged man naturally knew the power of bloodlines well. It was something like a divine technique. The stronger a person's ancestor was, the greater the bloodline would be, and the energy it contained would naturally be stronger. Of course, it depended on how much of it the user had activated. But Yang Yi seemed to have not truly activated it at all. The middle-aged man restrained his thoughts, stretched out his hands, and waved them lightly. Hiss! The space before Yang Yi rippled like water, and then waves of powerful energy rippled out from it. The energy was so strong that if it appeared in the outside world, it would obliterate the space in a huge area throughout Eternal River with absolute ease. Suddenly, Yang Yi leapt up, and the veins on his arms bulged. They were huge, and they were emitting blood-red light. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! The world shook, and then Yang Yi swung his sword with both hands. Hiss! This attack could split apart the world. As soon as it descended, the space before Yang Yi was split open, and so was the energy that the middle-aged man had unleashed. The middle-aged man frowned. Yang Ye's strength had been enhanced to a level that exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a ray of light arrived before him, and the middle-aged man clamped down lightly with 2 fingers and clamped the sword energy. He didn't say a word and just twisted his body sideways to slam it against Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his knee. Bang! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. His strength was still quite inferior when compared to the middle-aged man. However, Yang Ye's figure instantly shot up after being blasted away, and he charged at the middle-aged man again. This time, Executor suddenly entered the sword gourd, and then 2 swords appeared in his grasp. The Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor. Dual swords. The Madness Sword Technique. 200 swings descended in a breath of time. How fast was it? How dense was it? However, the middle-aged man wasn't troubled by it at all because he just used his powerful strength to repulse Yang Yi. Overwhelming strength. But every time he was blasted back, Yang Yi would charge again, over and over again. A solemn expression gradually appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yang Yi wasn't just using 2 swords but 3. Because the sword within the sword gourd would fly out from time to time. The middle-aged man started to truly treat Yang Yi as an equal in battle. In the primordial pagoda, the demon beasts, Snowy, and Arya were seated on the ascension platform. They were all looking outside, and it was naturally because of the pagoda. So long as the pagoda willed it, everyone within it could see the outside world at all times. Anxiety. Snowy was very anxious because the middle-aged man seemed very strong, and Yan Yi was constantly being blasted away. Arya patted Snowy lightly and consoled her. "Don't be afraid, big brother Yang will be fine." Snowy gazed at her, and then she waved her paws. She was asking Arya to help Yang Yi. Arya laughed bitterly. "Snowy, I can't help now. Big brother Yang has gone insane, and he may even attack me if I try to help him." Snowy seemed to have thought of something and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for her to find a Nanjing in the mountains behind the sword sect. At this moment, a Nanjing was watching the battle outside, and Nameless was in her grasp. She was ready to take action at any moment. Snowy gazed at her anxiously and pointed upward. A Nanjing glanced at Snowy and said, "He's fine. Go eat." "Eat?" Snowy had a bitter expression on her face. After all, how could she have the appetite to eat right now? Meanwhile, a Nanjing suddenly patted Snowy's head. "He's very strong, and he can be stronger. Trust him. Very strong." Snowy looked up at the sky. She just happened to say the middle-aged man slammed his fist into Yang Yi's stomach, and then Yang Yi was punched away. Snowy immediately started crying when she witnessed this. On the ascension platform, Arya was still eating from the pot. However, she frequently shot glances up above. She was naturally not a heartless person, and she was ready. She would immediately take action if Yang Yi's life was in danger. She was right within Yang Yi, so it would only take a moment for her to attack. As for the other demons, they could only watch. Perhaps only the primal true dragon had the strength to fight against a 5-world realm expert, and the others couldn't resist a 5-world realm expert at all. It was suppression due to the gap in their realms of cultivation. Outside the pagoda, Yan Yi was blasted away again, but it only took a moment for him to charge at the middle-aged man again. The middle-aged man and everyone else hadn't noticed that the red light around Yan Yi was growing stronger. Meanwhile, the blood within Yan Yi seemed to start boiling. Yan Yi's strength was growing increasingly stronger too. The middle-aged man had obviously noticed the increase in Yan Yi's strength, and he knew that if he allowed this fight to drag on, then Yan Yi would be the one who suppressed him instead. The middle-aged man tapped his foot down and floated backward. A moment later, a golden disc appeared in his grasp. It was extremely thin like the wings of a cicada, and it was practically translucent. Suddenly he formed a strange seal with both hands, and then rays of golden light rippled out from the disc. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the golden light was actually a myriad of fine blades, and they were so fine they were practically invisible. The blades shot at Yang Yi like a storm. A divine treasure! The golden disc was a divine treasure. A 5-world realm expert using a divine treasure was absolutely capable of fully bringing forth the might of it. In the primordial pagoda, and Nanjing frowned slightly while her spear trembled slightly. It seemed to have sensed its owner's desire to fight. Meanwhile, Arya had stopped eating too, and the tip of her foot was gently rubbing against the ascension platform. Outside the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yan Yi instinctively sensed danger. He took a step back, and then slowly raised both swords. At the same time, his figure started to turn ethereal, and then his swords descended. Dual swords with the sword domain. 10 swings. While they weren't overlapped, they surged forth at the same time, so the force they carried was absolutely terrifying. Hiss! Hiss! Sharp sounds of something tearing open resounded. It wasn't just space, it was a wave of powerful energy that was being sliced open as well. Rumble! The space throughout the entire world within the barrier started to collapse, inch by inch. Even the barrier itself started to tremble violently, and then numerous cracks appeared on it. Zhao Wuji and the others witnessed this scene, and their faces grew extremely unsightly. Besides that, they felt absolutely shocked. The 5-world realm. The middle-aged man in the barrier was a true 5-world realm expert. However, even such an expert couldn't kill Yang Yi? So, how strong was Yang Yi? Mo Liang suddenly asked. Should we leave? Leave? Zhao Wuji's face was quite pale. Where will we go? Eternal Kingdom may have agreed to take us in, but have you not noticed? They don't plan to open up the universe wall, and do you think our strength is sufficient to open the wall? It's impossible. If the expert of Eternal Kingdom fails to kill Yang Yi, then we'll do it ourselves. Yang Yi would be at his weakest then, so our joint forces will definitely be able to annihilate him. The others behind him nodded to display their agreement. At this moment, Yang Yi should almost be at his limit. So, even if Yang Yi won, he would be severely injured. They definitely had the strength to kill him then. They got ready to attack at any moment while they waited. In the barrier, space collapsed inch by inch, but the barrier still remained. However, there were many cracks on it. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Yang Yi's injuries were more severe while the middle-aged man's injuries were lighter. However, Yang Yi's recovery was fast. Very fast. Their battle was almost at its end. In the barrier, Yang Yi laid on the ground while the middle-aged man leaned against a wall. His body was covered with cuts from a sword. Yang Yi's tenacity had utterly exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Yang Yi crawled back up, and the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. At the same time, he clenched both his hands, but they weren't clenched that tight. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk toward the middle-aged man with swords in his grasp, and the madness intent on him hadn't just remained, it was even growing in denseness. Yang Yi was also emanating a blood-red glow, and it was not slaughter intent, it was a bloody glow. The blood beneath his skin was surging even more violently. It had started to undergo a qualitative transformation. The middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly. My eternal kingdom is in danger while you live. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, and then an extremely powerful aura swept out from him before he charged at Yang Yi. Crack! The cracks on the barrier of water around them instantly started growing. He was overexhausting himself. At this moment, the middle-aged man was using a powerful secret technique to overexhaust his body. It was an attack that was much stronger than any attack had unleashed before this. Suddenly, Yang Yi howled with fury. Boom! A wave of powerful blood-red light surged out from him. His bloodline had finally been activated. In the primordial pagoda, sword scrolls stared at Yang Yi. Let me see how strong your clan's ancestor was. Chapter 2469 Just Don't Kill Them. Chapter 2469 Just Don't Kill Them. Bloodline. The blood within Yang Yi surged like lava, and strands of blood surged throughout Yang Yi's body. Moreover, the swords in Yang Yi's grasp had been covered by a thin layer of blood-red light. Arg! A hysterical roar resounded within the barrier, and then Yang Yi slashed both his swords forward. Hiss! The barrier around Yang Yi instantly exploded apart. The barrier was gone. As for the energy unleashed by the middle-aged man, it was sliced open by Yang Yi's attack, and then Yang Yi's figure shot through along with his swords. A ray of sword energy shot through the middle-aged man's chest, and his figure stiffened. Yang Yi was behind the middle-aged man, but it only took a moment for his figure to crash down as well. He was exhausted. At this point in the battle, had truly reached his limits. Both his soul and body were at their limit. At this moment, he couldn't even move a muscle. Had been relying on that last bit of determination to fight until the end, and now, even that was gone. Suddenly, a few dozen people charged over from the surroundings. It was Zhao Wuji's group. Yang Yi's eyes were closed. He sensed their arrival, but he didn't have the strength to do anything about it. Yang Yi was absolutely satisfied by the battle he just had. Had been able to fight without holding back at all. It was a truly enjoyable battle. Zhao Wuji and the others stared at Yang Yi's figure on the ground, and excitement and ferocity filled their eyes. Yang Yi was right before them, and they would have nothing to worry about once they killed him. Moreover, as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was at his weakest right now. Not only would they have no worries once Yang Yi was dead, they would obtain the sprite progenitor and all the treasures in Yang Yi's possession. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. It didn't take long for them to arrive before Yang Yi. Suddenly, a woman appeared by Yang Yi's side. It was a Nanjing. A Nanjing glanced at them and said, "I'll leave them to all of you." On the ascension platform in the primordial pagoda, Arya cracked a smile. "Dragon, all of you've been leeching off of Big Brother Yang for so long, so it's time to do something. I'm not interested in these weaklings, so I'll leave them to all of you." All of the demons immediately left the pagoda once they received her orders. Outside the primordial pagoda, Zhao Wuji's group was stunned when they saw so many primal demons before them. Especially when there was an actual primal true dragon before them. When Snowy saw the state Yang Yi was in, Snowy immediately started crying on Nanjing's shoulder. After that, she gazed at Zhao Wuji's group, and her eyes were filled with anger. She pointed at them, and then made a beheading gesture. Oxy was the first to charge over. He was always Snowy's most loyal follower. The dragon and the others weren't much slower. All of them charged at Zhao Wuji's group. Zhao Wuji and the others turned absolutely pale. However, they had no way out now and could only face the battle before them. And Nanjing, Snowy, and Arya ignored Zhao Wuji's group, and they gazed at Yang Yi instead. At this moment, Yang Yi was in an extremely horrifying state, and his body was on the verge of shattering. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy, Yang Yi would be dead by now. Arya placed a finger before Yang Yi's nose, and a short while passed before she cracked a smile at Snowy and Nanjing. "He's still breathing!" Snowy glared at Arya, and Nanjing glanced at her too, causing the latter to hurriedly admit her mistakes. "I won't make jokes like that again." She hurriedly stood obediently behind Nanjing once she finished speaking. And Nanjing naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. Arya was just a child, and she was like that with everyone. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, and her face eased up slightly. It didn't take long for her to look toward the side. The middle-aged man's body hadn't fully vanished. The middle-aged man was about to speak when a spear suddenly stabbed into his head. Arya was horrified by this, and even Snowy was quite afraid. It could be said that Yang Yi wasn't the most terrifying in the primordial pagoda, nor was it Arya or Snowy, it was Nanjing. Nanjing squatted down and was about to transport Yang Yi into the primordial pagoda, but as soon as she touched him, a wave of powerful blood-red light rippled out from him. The blood-red light pushed Nanjing back quite a distance. Nanjing glanced at her hand, and her skin had actually been blasted off. Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. "His bloodline?" "Indeed." Suddenly, Sword Scroll appeared beside Nanjing. Nanjing gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter spoke softly. "His bloodline has been activated, or I should say that it has been fully activated. Now, it has been transformed into the purest version of the Yang clan's Mad Demon bloodline. His bloodline is modifying his body, and it's instinctively protecting its owner right now. He will know exactly how he has changed, so let's just wait and see." And Nanjing nodded and looked to the right. The demons were in battle with Zhao Wuji's group. Suppression. Those demons were simply crushing Zhao Wuji's group. Most of the human experts had already been killed. No, they had been devoured alive. And Nanjing moved her gaze away and looked toward the side. At the end of the bridge was a strange wall, the universe wall. Sword Scroll spoke softly. "Break through that wall, and you'll get to Eternal Kingdom." And Nanjing replied indifferently. "Will that be the beginning or the end?" Obviously, she was speaking about Yang Yi's problems. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. "The beginning. Based on what that 5-world realm expert told Yang Yi, Eternal Kingdom needs Snowy. They want to use Snowy to produce an endless supply of spirit energy for Eternal Kingdom. It's linked to the eternal preservation and survival of Eternal Kingdom, so they won't give up. However, now that Yang Yi has killed a 5-world realm expert, they won't rashly send another. Even if they do, they will send someone stronger." And Nanjing glanced at Snowy, who was lying by Yang Yi's side, and her gaze became gentle. So, how much do you think she's worth if we sold her? Sword Scroll was stunned speechless. Sell the sprite progenitor? She was a priceless treasure. It didn't take long for Sword Scroll to start smiling instead. She realized that Nanjing had started being mischievous too. Ah! Suddenly, a hysterical cry resounded from afar. And Nanjing and Sword Scroll looked over, and they saw Xiao Wuji being torn apart by the primal true dragon before being swallowed. The battle was over. Zhao Wuji and the others were all dead. And Nanjing glanced at the dragon and the other demon beasts. They need to fight. Sword Scroll nodded. If they didn't fight frequently, it wouldn't be long before they became weaklings who were raised on a farm. And Nanjing gazed at Arya. From now on, they'll be under you. You will teach them. Right, it's basically beating them up, just don't kill them. Arya felt speechless. Battle! All the demon beasts had to fight incessantly because only incessant battle could help them maintain their combat strength. Otherwise, if they continued without fighting for a long time, they would probably even forget how to fight. Just like that, their days of misery began. It was especially so for the primal royal crocodile because Arya couldn't stand the sight of it. Now, she finally had an excuse to beat it up. As soon as she thought of that, Arya was exceptionally happy, and then she immediately summoned all the demon beasts into the pagoda. On the ascension platform, Arya placed her hands behind her back, and then she walked by all the demon beasts. I presume all of you have heard. Yes, Big Sister gave me a mission, and it's to beat all of you up. Oh no, I meant to train all of you. Do you know what training is? It doesn't matter if you don't. In any case, you just have to understand that all of you will have to receive training from now on, just like I do. Big Sister will train me, and I will train all of you. You don't have any objections to that, right? If you do, go ahead and tell me. I guarantee that I won't kill you. Oh, I mean ill reason with you. I, Arya, am a reasonable person. All the demons on the ascension platform exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the primal royal crocodile suddenly said, I don't need training. Swoosh! All the others gazed at the crocodile. The crocodile felt a chill run down its spine, and it wondered if it had said something wrong. Oxy shook his head. What a stupid crocodile. Even Oxy had realized that Arya was looking for someone to make an example of. She was looking for someone and that fool just had to offer up itself. Suddenly, Arya walked over to the crocodile. Why don't you need training? The crocodile was clearly quite afraid of her. It hesitated for a moment and said, I don't need it. Suddenly, Arya slammed a punch at its head. Bang! The crocodile was blasted away, and it glared at Arya once it crawled up from the ground. You! Suddenly, Arya shot over and kicked its head, causing it to be kicked away again. All the others here were speechless. The crocodile crawled up again, and there was a vicious glow in its eyes. It charged at Arya. The others shook their heads and couldn't bear to watch when they saw this. It only took a moment for the crocodile to arrive in front of Arya, and then it bit at her. Obviously, its instinct as a demon had been fully aroused by her. Arya remained indifferent as she shot up into the air and slammed her fist against its mouth. The powerful force of the collision blasted the crocodile away. Moreover, countless teeth accompanied by blood flew out of its mouth. Arya didn't stop after she punched it away, and she charged over and kicked it again. Bang! The crocodile growled with pain as it flew once more. The crocodile was about to climb back up when Arya's foot stomped down on its head. A vicious and ferocious glow still remained in the crocodile's eyes, and as soon as she noticed that, Arya immediately slapped it on its head. Bang! Even its scales were slapped apart. Arya kicked its stomach, and the latter was kicked over 300 m away. Arya walked over to it and stomped her foot down on its head. You don't need training? Tell me, why don't you need training? I'm so strong, yet I still have to be beaten up by Big Sister. No, I mean I still have to be trained by Big Sister and you're so weak yet you don't want to be trained? Are you trying to live here for free? Now, it'll give you a chance to reconsider. Answer me! Do you want to accept your training? Chapter 2470 Snowy. It's time to plunder. Chapter 2470 Snowy. It's time to plunder. Silent. The area was very quiet. All the demons were looking at Arya and the crocodile. All the demons saw the same thing in Arya's eyes, the desire to kill. Ghastly killing intent. There was killing intent in her eyes. All of them couldn't help but shudder. As for the primal royal crocodile, the viciousness and ferocity in its eyes had vanished. If it tried to be stubborn before Arya at a time like this, it would definitely suffer terribly. In the demon race, the weak could absolutely not challenge the strong, or they would die a miserable death. The weak should know their place. Arya gazed coldly at the crocodile. You haven't answered me! The crocodile's heart trembled from her gaze. It didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly nodded. Ill train well. Arya turned around and walked over to the ascension platform. All the others didn't dare to say a word. Arya glanced at them. Did you see? That middle-aged man who fought Big Brother Yang earlier. Let me ask all of you something. Can any one of you defeat that guy? In any case, I definitely can't. A 5-world realm expert. While Arya was extremely strong, she was still a little inferior when compared to a true 5-world realm expert. Of course, she could fight one, but her chances of winning were very, very slim. Even Yan Yi had only been able to kill the middle-aged man after his bloodline had been activated. Moreover, Yan Yi possessed numerous divine treasures. Arya continued. In the future, we'll definitely face more than one expert like that guy. We'll definitely face many of them. So tell me, what will you do if you encounter someone like him? Run? Fight? Or perhaps you need Big Brother Yang and Big Sister In to deal with them all? Then what about you? All of you are just going to watch from in here. They fell silent. Arya spoke coldly. Big Brother Yang, Big Sister In, and Snowy allow us to stay here. But do you think it's something they should do for you? Do you think Snowy is supposed to give those fruits to you too? She gazed at the dragon, Oxy, and the tiger. Dragon, Oxy, and tiger, all 3 of you almost died for Snowy. You know how to be grateful, but you must realize that many, many people are targeting Snowy. Just like that human man from before. He was here for Snowy too. And more experts like him will come in the future, and they may even be stronger than him. If you don't become stronger, you'll end up being killed or failing to keep up with Big Brother Yang and Big Sister In. Then, you'll be abandoned. All of them fell silent. Abandoned. It was something they absolutely couldn't accept. Yan Yi may not ask them to leave the primordial pagoda, but it would be just as Arya had said, they would really be useless and good for nothing. Arya gazed at the crocodile, mermaid, and Qilin. All of you who are new here should never forget that Big Brother Yang and Big Sister In don't need all of you. Your strength isn't bad, but can you even compare to the 2 of them? Don't ever take their kindness for granted and just enjoy it all like you deserve it. I'm talking about all of you. All of you should know your place. The mermaid fell silent for a short while and bowed slightly to Arya. You're right, senior. As far as the mermaid was concerned, Arya was a senior. Arya waved her hand. Just call me Arya. As she spoke, she sat down and continued. Let me ask all of you something. Is this place comfortable? Is it nice? They nodded. They had changed their fate in here. Arya continued. Bug, have you thought about whether you'll be able to stay here if Big Brother Yang and Big Sister In fall? They were stunned because they'd never given that any consideration. Arya said. You must understand that this isn't just Big Brother Yang, Big Sister In, and Snowy's home, it's our home too. She looked up at the sky and continued. Big Brother Yang was beaten up to such a terrible state, and almost lost his life. Didn't that make all of you think of anything? I did. I wondered if I could still sit down in here and eat without any worries if Big Brother Yang fell one day. Meanwhile, Oxy walked over to Arya and waved the primordial axe of creation to display that he wanted to train. The dragon spoke abruptly. Arya, I was unwilling to accept you and couldn't stand the sight of you in the past. I thought all you knew is how to bully us. But now I approve of you. Arya glanced at them and said, From today onward, we're going into hell training. We have the best spirit energy, fruits, and snowy in here. If we still can't advance and grow stronger with all of that, we're truly beyond trash. Come on, let's begin now. Outside the primordial pagoda, Sword Scroll spoke softly. I didn't expect that little girl to have been hiding so much. And Nanjing nodded slightly. She was quite surprised too. She was surprised that Arya had been able to say all of that. Besides being surprised, she felt gratified. Time trickled by, and the blood-red glow around Yan Yi gradually returned within his body, and his injuries vanished as well. Had been healed. A short while later, Yan Yi opened his eyes. And Nanjing asked, How do you feel? Yan Yi stood up, stretched, and said, I'm fine now. He gazed at Nanjing and continued, I feel like I'm full of energy. It's the power of your bloodline. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. Your bloodline has been fully activated, and it's the purest form of the Mad Demon bloodline now. The Mad Demon bloodline contains an extremely powerful Mad Demon energy. Now you can use it at any time. Presently, once you activate your bloodline's energy, you're completely on par with a 5-world realm expert. So I suggest that you stop suppressing your cultivation. Stop suppressing it? Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? Sword Scroll spoke softly. If you stop suppressing it, every rise in your cultivation will increase your strength in every aspect. For example, while you've activated your Mad Demon bloodline, you can't fully utilize its strength. Or like Executor, you can only use 50% of its strength right now. Your combat strength is seriously limited because of your cultivation. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Should I advance now? She shook her head. No, that isn't necessary. You just have to stop suppressing it on purpose. Moreover, you've suppressed it for too long, so if you allow it to explode forth right now, your body will be absolutely incapable of enduring it. Not only your body, even your mind will not be able to endure it. So you can't rush into it, and you have to take it slow. The most important aspect is to possess a strong body, because only a strong enough body can endure greater strength. The body! Yan Yi glanced at his body and nodded. His body was too weak now, especially against 5 world realm experts. His body couldn't endure their strength at all. Sword Scroll smiled. Do you want to head to Eternal Kingdom? Yan Yi gazed at her, and she pointed at the universe wall. Break that wall, and you can get there. Yan Yi shook his head. Not now. She asked. Why? A cold smile curled up on his face. They will definitely send more experts, so we'll just wait here to kill them. He gazed at Sword Scroll and continued. You want to go in there? She nodded. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Can we go a little later? She smiled. There's no rush. I was a little too anxious. It's not suitable for you to go over there right now. Otherwise, once they discover your presence, you'll really have entered a tiger's den. They have to take precautions against the desolate race and destiny here, but that universe is their territory, and they have nothing to worry about over there. The important matter at hand for you is to improve your body. And then improve your cultivation. Yan Yi nodded. He gazed to the side, and the middle-aged man's corpse was still floating there. Yan Yi waved his right hand and a ray of golden light appeared before him. It was the thin golden disc. A divine treasure. It had caused a great deal of trouble for him in the previous battle. Divine treasures were truly formidable in the hands of 5 world realm experts. Yan Yi put the divine treasure away and walked over to the universe wall. There were 2 corpses by the wall. Yan Yi glanced at them and was about to move his gaze away when Sword Scroll suddenly said, It's him. Yan Yi gazed at her. Who? She pointed at one of the corpses and spoke softly. The founding ancestor of Sword Sky City, the sword master who I once chose. Yan Yi gazed at the corpse. At this moment, he thought of something. The current governor of Sword Sky City had entrusted him with a task, and it was to see if their founding ancestor was still alive in the eternal river. He was dead. Yan Yi walked over to the corpses and spoke softly. They are already before the universe wall, so how did they die here? They failed to break through it. Sword Scrolls spoke solemnly. Even a 5-world realm expert would find this wall difficult to break through. It can be said that this entrance Eternal Kingdom gave them doesn't really exist. But it does make sense because they never wanted to let others enter their exclusive kingdom anyway. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Has no one ever succeeded throughout history? Sword Scroll shook her head slightly. Only 2 types of people can get through this wall. One of them is the people they choose. Once those people enter Eternal Kingdom, they will become one of them, and they will be treated as part of Eternal Kingdom. As for the other type of people, they are people like Tian Xiao and the Unfettered One. Their strength is at a level that allows them to enter by force. But how few people like that actually exist? She gazed at the corpses and continued. They arrived here. However, they realized that their hope had turned into despair. Suddenly, Yan Yi looked into the distance, and he saw a figure approaching rapidly. Yan Yi was stunned when he saw the person. It can't be. Oh, Snowy! Snowy, get out here! Hurry! It's time to plunder! Oh no! I mean, come outside to meet an old friend. Hurry! Chapter 2471 The Old Man with the Bamboo Chest. Chapter 2471 The Old Man with the Bamboo Chest. It was an old man who was approaching. The old man with the bamboo chest. The old man held a bamboo cane with a white cloth hanging from the top of it. On the cloth were pitch-black characters. Fairness. The old man with a bamboo chest. Yan Yi hurriedly made Snowy come outside once he saw the old man. When Snowy appeared outside, she was still holding a small piece of meat in her claws. She had been eating just now. But she shuddered as soon as she saw the old man, and the old man was stunned when he saw Yan Yi and Snowy. A moment later, the old man turned around and left. However, Yan Yi was quick to react and arrived before the old man on his sword. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior!" Meanwhile, Snowy had gone over to the bamboo chest, and she was holding tightly to it. Meanwhile, something seemed to be conversing with Snowy from within the bamboo chest, and wanted to come outside. The old man's face darkened. "Do we know each other?" Yan Yi smiled embarrassedly. "Senior, you must be joking." The old man's face remained dark. "Kid, I'm not joking. We don't know each other." As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. However, Snowy suddenly patted the bamboo chest, and it immediately shook while something seemed to be on the verge of escaping it. The old man glanced at Snowy, and the latter blinked and pointed at the bamboo chest. She was telling him to leave it here. The old man's face darkened. "Mine!" Snowy pointed at the bamboo chest and pointed at herself. The old man immediately stomped his feet. "What? Yours? Tell me how the heck that is yours." Snowy blinked, pointed at the bamboo chest, then pointed at the old man. She was asking him to tell her how it was his. The old man was stunned, and then a short while passed before he gazed at Yan Yi. "Is she asking me to prove that it's mine?" Yan Yi nodded. The old man was furious. "This is mine! How the heck am I supposed to prove that?" Snowy suddenly leaped up and pointed at the bamboo chest, and then she pointed at herself to say that it was hers. The old man's beard shook with rage. "Little fellow, are you trying to be shameless here?" Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, I think this isn't very fair." "It wasn't fair." The old man gazed at Yan Yi. "What are you trying to say, kid?" Yan Yi thought for a moment and pointed at Snowy. "Senior, I'm sure you know who she is, right?" The old man puckered his lips. "Some may think she's the sprite progenitor, but others think she's just a shameless rogue." Snowy was stunned speechless. Yan Yi smiled embarrassedly and spoke seriously. "In the heart of the sprite progenitor, all things have life, and they are without owner. Or I should say that everything belongs to whomever the thing chooses to go with. The bamboo chest is yours, but she thinks that it's hers. So, how about you allow the bamboo chest to choose itself and see who it wants to go with, all right? The old man started laughing from rage. I was wondering why she was so shameless. So it's because she's following a worse one. Why should I let my things choose? Why don't you make your things choose? You. As soon as he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi had already withdrawn all his divine treasures, including the super divine treasure, Executor. The old man was stunned. Yan Yi spoke seriously. Senior, you're right. For fairness' sake, I should let mine choose first. He gazed at all the treasures. All of you can choose. I guarantee with my character that if you choose to go with this senior, I will not stop you. I will allow you to do as you want. The treasures trembled slightly, and then the old man watched with shock as they flew to Snowy. All of them chose Snowy. Snowy cracked a very brilliant smile. Of course they would choose her. After all, she performed sprite ascension on them every day. Snowy and Yan Yi gazed at the old man to display that it was the old man's turn. The old man pointed at them. Shameless. Both of you are terribly shameless. Meanwhile, Snowy withdrew a fruit and raised it before the old man, and then she pointed at it. The chaotic fruit! The old man was stunned, and then he asked, You still have it? Wait. This is much larger than the fruits I gave you, and they are riper. They aren't the fruits I gave you. Where did you get them? Snowy pointed at herself. The old man was speechless and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, She used the seeds of those 2 fruits. Impossible. The old man shook his head. That's absolutely impossible, absolutely. He suddenly gazed at Snowy. Wait a minute! It's absolutely impossible for other people, but it's very possible for that little fellow. She's a sprite progenitor. The old man hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I have a look? Snowy gazed at Yan Yi, and Yan Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. The old man knew everything about him and possessed strength that far surpassed his own. If the old man had ill intent, he couldn't stop the old man at all. It was a feeling he had. Just like that, Yan Yi and Snowy brought the old man into the primordial pagoda. At the mountain behind the sword sect, the old man clicked his tongue with admiration when he saw the trees. It's absolutely inconceivable that they actually are chaotic fruit trees. No miracle is impossible in this world. He gazed at Snowy and gave her a thumbs up. Amazing, truly amazing. Snowy cracked a smile and sneaked a glance at the old man's bamboo chest. The old man glanced at the surroundings and said, This is a small world, right? Yan Yi nodded. The old man glanced at the trees before him, hesitated for a moment, and said, They are of too high level. If they stay here, this world won't be able to accommodate them. Soon, their energy will start damaging this world. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before the trees. She pointed at them to say that they were hers. The old man grinned. Don't worry, I won't take them. If they leave you, it will only take a while for them to wither and die. Even Eternal Kingdom cannot keep them alive without you. He glanced at the surroundings and said, This world can be fortified a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands slightly. In an instant, the world within the pagoda started to tremble, and then Yan Yi and Snowy watched with astonishment as the space here started to undergo a tremendous change. The structure of space and all matter was changing. This scene shocked everyone within the pagoda. Even Yan Yi, and Nanjing, and Sword Scroll were shocked, and Sword Scroll's eyes were filled with disbelief as she gazed at the old man. Because she noticed that the world was changing. It was gradually changing from a small world into something else. Now, the world was a low-level world, and it was still changing. Around an hour later, the old man stopped. He glanced at the surroundings and nodded slightly. A mid-level world. It's barely sufficient to sustain their growth. A mid-level world had transformed a small world into a mid-level world just like the desolate world all on his own. So, who was the old man? How strong was he? All of them were absolutely shocked by this. The old man glanced at them and said, It's just a little trick. There's nothing to be shocked about. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Senior, that was no trick! A mid-level world. Yang Yi laughed bitterly because the old man's strength simply exceeded his imagination. How strong did someone have to be in order to forcefully transform a world? The old man didn't say anything. He gazed at Snowy and sighed softly. Perhaps this is fate. As for the bamboo chest, I cannot give it to you. But since there's fate between us, and you're a sprite of absolute kindness and purity, I have to give you something. You won't let me leave otherwise too. He flicked a ray of white light into Snowy's forehead. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What was that? The old man replied, A strand of energy. It will be released when she encounters danger that she cannot deal with. It may be of help to her. However, Snowy's gaze still remained on the bamboo chest. The old man laughed bitterly. Little fellow, you just won't stop eyeing these few treasures of mine. He stretched out his right hand and patted the small bamboo chest. A crimson-red fruit appeared before Snowy. Snowy blinked, touched it, and looked up at the old man. The old man smiled. That's a world-born fruit. It's a fruit born from the world. It's more potent than the chaotic fruit. I don't have many. You can have that, and if you can grow more. Snowy sniffed the fruit, and then she put it away. However, her gaze shot toward the bamboo chest again. The old man laughed bitterly. Please, I don't have much. Just take that and spare me, all right? Snowy remained silent. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and rubbed Snowy's head. Hurry up and thank him! One should know when to stop. Snowy glanced at the old man, and then waved lightly at the old man. The old man smiled. Fine, fine. Fate brought us together twice. It is quite unusual, but it still is fate. As he spoke, he put the bamboo chest down and withdrew a fist-sized seal from it. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What's that? The old man smiled. The universe seal. It can destroy all formations, barriers, and universe walls I know of. Of course, most importantly. Chapter 2472 Let's Do It. Chapter 2472 Let's Do It, Yang Yi hurriedly asked. Most importantly what? The old man grinned. This seal possesses the strength of 10 worlds. When I say 10 worlds, I mean the strength of 10 real mid-level worlds. If you release it, even a 5-world realm expert may be smashed to death in an instant. The strength of 10 worlds. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, Senior, what's above the 5-world realm? The 6-world realm? The old man shook his head. No. Yang Yi asked. Then what is it? The old man thought for a moment and said, The Limit Breaker realm is divided into 5 realms. At the 5th realm, an expert can destroy 5 worlds with a single attack, and that expert's strength will come to a transformation point, a qualitative transformation. After that, it will enter a new realm, and this realm is known as Lord. Yang Yi was puzzled. Lord? The old man nodded. Above the true world realm is the World Lord realm. I'm sure you're aware of that, right? Yang Yi nodded. I am. The old man explained. The World Lord realm is a realm where a person grasps the energy of a world and forms a small world within themselves. However, once a person transcends the 5-world realm, their energy will undergo a transformation, and this transformation may not result in just one world. There may be countless worlds. So, the world is removed from the name, and it's called the Lord Realm. Here, allow me to display the difference between these realms. The old man stretched out his hand and grasped. The world throughout the primordial pagoda suddenly trembled. The old man gazed at Yang Yi. The World Lord Realm allows me to truly grasp the energy of a world. Of course, it's only a low-level world. He unfurled his fist and pressed his palm down instead. The world throughout the primordial pagoda turned ethereal. The old man stopped and said, That's the Limit Breaker realm's ability to destroy the world. After that, he pushed his hands forward gently. It seemed like the entire world was being pushed down. That was what Yang Yi and the others felt. Moreover, they were certain that if the old man wanted to, he could push down this world. The old man stopped, and the world returned to normal. The old man explained. You can think of the Lord realm like this. People in that realm don't just possess brute strength. They've comprehended higher laws of the universe, and they know how to use some of those laws. They've truly transcended above the scope of strength and speed, unless you possess absolute strength or speed. But people who possess that have usually arrived above the Lord realm. Yan Yi shook his head. I don't really get it. The old man smiled. Right, I did make it a little complicated. Simply speaking, the Lord realm represents being the Lord over energy. You are the Lord of the world. Take yourself an eternal border for example, you're actually still within its boundaries. While you can destroy the world with your attacks, you're still within its boundaries. But the Lord realm has transcended out of that scope, and they can even make their own boundaries. Of course, there are few people like that. To put it in simpler terms, it's a difference between being inside and outside the boundary. Inside and outside. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Can someone inside the boundary kill someone outside of it? The old man smiled. Of course it's possible. People outside the boundary are merely a little ahead of the people within it. But it doesn't represent that they are definitely stronger. Besides that, I notice that you have a vague concept of these realms of cultivation. What I'm talking about is you've misunderstood or have a mistaken idea of the true meaning of these realms. Yan Yi bowed respectfully. Senior, please provide me with your guidance. The old man said. For example, the limit breaker realm. A small world or a mid-level world, it's still destroying a world, and it's the same even if it's used against a high-level world. A person only capable of destroying a small world can never kill someone outside the boundary. But someone who can destroy a high-level world in the limit breaker realm is entirely capable of killing someone outside the boundary. A single realm of cultivation actually has a good and bad version of it. Just like in the academies of the mortal world. They study the same books and have the same teachers, yet the results of each student in a class varies. He gazed at Yan Yi when he spoke up to this point. Some people suppress their cultivation, and the true reason for that is so that they can improve themselves to their limits. For example, a limit breaker realm suppresses themselves to be capable of destroying a high-level world, and then continues further, instead of just advancing for the sake of advancing. Or just like the students in the mortal world. Some people just memorize everything when they go through a class, and they just learn to get good results. But some truly understand and grasp what they learn. There's a fundamental difference between them. Tianxiu. At this moment Yan Yi thought of Tianxiu. Obviously, she was the latter, and the unfettered one was probably the same. The old man suddenly gazed at Nanjing and smiled. Actually, you're the latter too. Every step you take is very steady, and it will allow you to go further. What about me? Yan Yi hurriedly asked. Can you tell me about my flaws? The old man shook his head. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man felt quite helpless. Because you have too many, and it'll take too long. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at herself to ask about her. The old man glanced at Snowy. Your flaw is being too shameless. You think everything is yours. How can you have such shameless thoughts? Snowy was stunned. Hey! Suddenly, Ariel walked over to the old man. She glanced at him and said, Old man, you gave all of them something, so give me one too. The old man gazed at her, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ariel was quite displeased. Why are you looking at me like that? A short while passed before the old man sighed softly. You're currently pure and kind. Sigh, I hope you'll stay like this forever. He hesitated for a moment, and flicked a thumb-sized pearl of blood into her forehead. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out from within her, and then pitch-black scales appeared all over her body. Besides that, the horns on her head grew slightly longer like antlers. They were sharp and seemed quite cute. A long tail grew out behind her too. The tail was pitch-black, and there were fine scales on it too. Besides that, the end of the tail was sharp, very sharp. The most dazzling part of her changes was her claws. At this moment, they were like dragon claws. Every one of them was extremely sharp, and their edges were thin like the wings of a cicada. They made people shudder from the sight of them. Arya blinked and said, "Old man, what's all of this?" The old man explained, "That was a huge drop of blood, and it can help you awaken some of your abilities in advance. Listen well to what I'm about to say. If it was before this, then even if I spared your life, I would never help you. But the facts of each situation must be considered. There's no viciousness coming from you, nor do you have any arrogant thoughts. Moreover, you have your own friends here. So, I'm willing to help you and see what kind of path you will take. Of course, I hope you continue on this path." Arya blinked. "Old man, I don't really understand what you're trying to say. But can you give me a few hundred drops of that blood?" She licked her lips as she spoke. That drop of blood had been absolutely delicious, and it was comparable to a few dozen primal true dragons. A few hundred drops. Even the old man's beard shook with rage. "Do you think that was water? That was an ancient." He shook his head and continued, "I won't go on about that. Anyway, I don't have more. Just remember that while you've gained some new abilities in advance, you should learn the combat techniques of humans. It's very beneficial to you. Don't just rely solely on brute strength." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Senior, what is Arya?" The old man glanced at her and replied indifferently, "Her origins is extraordinary. It'll definitely give you a huge, pleasant surprise. In the future." "Is it very huge?" Arya's eyes lit up. "Why don't I know about it?" The old man replied indifferently, "You know nothing. If you knew, this kid would have been killed by you a long time ago." Arya was quite displeased. "Old man, how can you say that? Big brother Yan has gone through life and death with me. How could I possibly kill him? I'm telling you right now, don't try to sow discord between us, or I'll hit you." As far as she was concerned, Yan Yi couldn't be offended. After all, she was relying on him to fill her stomach. He was her rice bowl. The old man's face twitched. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The universe seal can only be considered a partial super-divine treasure. However, it's merely inferior to that sword and demon wings of death that you possess. It holds extremely powerful energy, so be careful when you use it. Anyway, I'm going to Eternal Kingdom. Spirit energy has been fluctuating violently over there lately. I'm certain they're up to something, so I have to take a look. As for us, I hope we never meet again. You're absolutely shameless, and you've taught both these little fellows to be as shameless as you. You should think about what you've done." The old man left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi was just about to say something when the old man vanished into the distance. Snowy stood on Yang Yi's shoulders and just stared pitiably at the old man's bamboo chest. As she watched it vanish, Snowy suddenly looked at Yang Yi and clenched her paws while determination covered her face. She was saying, "Let's take it from him. Let's do it." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2473 The Hoe. Chapter 2473 The Hoe. "Let's do it." Yang Yi's face darkened. "My great lord Snowy. We're no match for that old man." Snowy waved her tiny fists again. Yang Yi smiled as he rubbed her head. "You know nothing about our strength." Meanwhile, Arya appeared by their side. She glanced at Snowy and said, "Snowy, that old man is very strong. We're no match for him. So, it's impossible to steal from him." Bitterness immediately appeared on Snowy's face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry, we'll meet him again." Snowy nodded because that was all they could hope for now. Arya suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Big brother Yang, I feel like I've grown stronger." Yang Yi asked. "So?" Arya cracked a smile. "Why don't we spar?" Yang Yi replied. "Why don't you ask your big sister in?" Arya puckered her lips. "And Nanjing?" She was still quite afraid of Nanjing. It wasn't just in terms of strength, it was mentally too. As far as she was concerned, and Nanjing was someone on par with her grandfather. As for Yang Yi, he was like an elder brother or friend. Of course, if Yang Yi went into his insane state, then she would dare to offend him either. Yang Yi directly refused. I refuse. You can ask your big sister and or that dragon and the others. Arya had advanced now, so her strength was definitely not just a little stronger. She was probably capable of fighting 5 world realm experts. Most importantly, her defenses, and especially now that she had those scales. While he didn't know what scales those were, he was very well aware that even Executor would probably find them difficult to pierce. In any case, fighting her would be very tiring. Suddenly Sword Scroll said, Fight her! Yang Yi asked. Why? Sword Scroll replied. Your bloodline has been activated, so you can test it. As for Arya, her strength and defenses have improved, but she doesn't know how much they've improved. So, both of you can use each other to test your strengths. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Fine. They entered the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Arya rubbed her palms together as she gazed at Yang Yi with a mischievous grin. If it was possible, she didn't mind beating Yang Yi up. The reason? Why would she need one? The other demons were below the platform. As for Snowy, she was at the rear mountains of the sword sect with the fruit she had received from the old man. On the ascension platform, Arya suddenly said, Big brother Yang, be careful! As soon as she said that, she leaped up and charged at him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw her charge at him. He didn't dare to be careless against this little fellow, so he immediately commanded a sword to shoot out of the sword gourd. Arya revealed no fear toward that sword, and she just raised her claw and slapped at it. The sword energy was slapped into bits, and the sword was slapped away. But right at this moment, a sword stabbed against her chest. But it couldn't stab into her. Yang Yi grabbed the sword with both hands and twisted it. Bang! Arya was blasted to the edge of the platform. As soon as Arya stopped herself, Yang Yi's sword arrived before her once more. Her reaction was swift, and she twisted her body sideways to dodge the incoming attack. After that, she just slammed her body at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. But that wasn't the end of it. Arya strode forward and appeared in front of Yang Yi before kicking at him. Yang Yi's figure suddenly turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword with both hands. 6 swings with the sword domain. This time, Yang Yi was clearly serious. If he didn't fight seriously in a spar with Arya, then she would absolutely beat him up. Arya blinked when she noticed the strength of this attack. But she didn't dodge and just used her head to collide with it. Or to be more precise, she'd used her horns. Just like that, Yang Yi's sword descended upon Arya's horns. Bang! Space shook violently. However, it was Yang Yi who was blasted away. He flew all the way to the rear mountains of the sword sect. Or to be more precise, he flew all the way to Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she flew over to Yang Yi while concern filled her eyes. Yang Yi forcefully endured the discomfort he experienced and squeezed out a smile. I'm fine. After that, he vanished on the spot. Snowy blinked, and then she continued her search for the perfect spot. She was going to plant a fruit. On the ascension platform, Yang Yi and Arya's battle continued. After suffering that loss, Yang Yi changed his tactics in battle. He knew he couldn't afford to go head-on with her. Arya's horns were absolutely too terrifying. Just a while ago, those horns had gone head-on against his sword, but they were completely unharmed. But he was using Executor. On the ascension platform, Arya's figure twisted sideways and dodged Yang Yi's attack, and then she stomped her right foot down. Bang! The ascension platform shook violently, and then Arya shot forward like a cannonball at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a blood-red glow appeared around him. Bloodline energy. Yang Yi noticed that he was completely helpless against Arya without his bloodline. Her physical strength and defenses were just too terrifying. It seemed like it was made of a super-divine treasure. Once his bloodline was activated, Yang Yi felt like his body was full of energy. A moment later, his figure turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword with both hands. 6 swings with the sword domain. As soon as the 6th swing descended, the space here shook. If the world in here hadn't been improved by the old man just now, this attack would have destroyed the space within the primordial pagoda. Arya still didn't dodge it, nor could she. While Yang Ye's attacks weren't as strong as hers, his speed was quite a bit faster than hers. Moreover, dodging now would come with worse consequences. Arya's head was very hard, because she used her head to collide with Yang Ye's sword again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Arya was blasted away. As for Yang Yi, he was pushed backward repeatedly for over 300 m. Moreover, as his figure was pushed back, the powerful force of the impact left a faint mark in space. His entire body felt numb. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. While his attack had succeeded at blasted Arya away, the powerful aftershock of the collision was absolutely uncomfortable. It was too damn strong. If he hadn't used his bloodline to strengthen himself, then while this attack would have blasted Arya away, the impact would have killed him as well. Arya laid there on the ground while howling incessantly. It hurt. It hurt for Yang Yi, and it hurt for her too. Yang Yi hadn't held back at all just now, and had even used his bloodline. Even a 5-world realm expert couldn't resist that with ease, but she'd taken it head-on, and she'd even done so with her head. Some time passed before Arya crawled up from the ground. She went to the ascension platform and spoke with slight displeasure. "Big brother Yang, don't you know how to hold back? I feel so dizzy." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. "Hold back? You little bastard! You didn't hold back when you attacked me. So, are we going to continue?" Arya hurriedly waved her hand. "We're not. We're not. I'm going to learn how to fight from Big Sister and..." She'd noticed that at most times in her battle against Yang Yi, she was only able to passively receive a beating. While she was very resistant to such attacks, she really didn't want to just get hit all the time. But Yang Yi was extremely slippery, so her brute force didn't have a target for it to be used on. Otherwise, she was confident that she could beat Yang Yi down with a single punch. Yang Yi smiled. "You should learn more." Arya nodded, and then she gazed at the other demons. "It's the same for all of you. You must learn well from me. Come on, let's go train right now." All the demons howled in agony. Arya's way of training was hitting them, continuously hitting them. Those days of training were absolutely unbearable. However, it was effective. 2 aspects stood out. Firstly, after being hit so much, they learned to dodge, and they stopped going head-on against her. Secondly, their skin grew thicker. Once Arya led them away, and Nanjing and Sword Scroll appeared beside Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke softly. "If Arya learns some combat techniques or if she uses the demon wings of death, then even I may not be able to defeat her. A 40% chance." Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. "If she uses the demon wings of death, you only have a 40% chance to win. Your divine treasures and every other external source of strength you possess are useless against her." "Useless?" Yang Yi nodded. After all, even Executor had hit her a few times just now. But what happened? Arya was completely unharmed. Her body was just too terrifying. Suddenly, Nanjing said, "I'm not confident either." Yang Yi and Sword Scroll gazed at her, and she spoke softly. "The most formidable form of a demon beast is when they are in their true form. If she can transform, or in other words, if she can return to her true form, then her strength will grow even more terrifying. She's merely partially transformed right now." "Transformation?" Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. "Sword Scroll, what's Arya's true identity?" Sword Scroll fell silent for a short while and shook her head. "I thought it was what I guessed she was, a hoe. Because according to the ancient texts, the hoe is fond of devouring demon beasts, especially dragons. It's the mortal enemy of the dragons. But I'm sure you've noticed that Arya doesn't just want to eat dragons, she eats everything. If she hadn't gone through life and death with Snowy, she would probably even want to eat Snowy. After all, Even the whole reveres the sprite progenitor, but Arya only experiences friendship for Snowy, not reverence. If we ignore their friendship, you'll notice that she doesn't fear Snowy at all. Chapter 2474 I have nothing else to say. Chapter 2474 I have nothing else to say. Not afraid of Snowy. Yan Yi suddenly thought of something when he heard this. When he introduced Arya and Oxy to Snowy, Oxy displayed innate fear and respect for Snowy, but Arya didn't. Arya was merely curious. Arya didn't try to constantly flatter Snowy like the others did, and her relationship with Snowy was very, very friendly. They were true friends. A short while later, Yan Yi shook his head and smiled. Forget that. As far as we're concerned, Arya is Arya, and she will always be Arya, right? Sword Scroll nodded. Arya was a child who had been raised by humans. Her view of the world, life, and good and bad were almost identical to that of humans. Perhaps that was why the old man with the bamboo chest was willing to help Arya. Regardless of whether it was demon beasts, humans, or any other living beings, they were like a blank sheet of paper when they were just born. If humans drew on that paper, they would naturally have views that were closer to humans, but if they grew up with demon beasts, they would have a completely different character. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. Teach her more combat techniques. If she has your instinct in combat, and that abnormal body of hers, then even both of us together would probably not be a match for her. He wasn't joking. It was a sincere comment. Arya's strength and physical defenses were so powerful, they could almost induce despair in him. If she had Nanjing's combat instinct too, it was obvious that both he and Nanjing would be no match for Arya. He didn't feel it was embarrassing to be no match for Arya. As far as he was concerned, she was a friend. It was the same for Nanjing. It didn't matter if Arya or Nanjing were stronger than him, he would sincerely feel happy for them. He wasn't someone who couldn't bear to see his friends and loved ones surpass him. Yan Yi bid farewell to Nanjing and Sword Scroll, and then he went to the cultivation room. He withdrew the universe seal there. The strength to destroy 10 worlds. It could break through any formation and barrier too. Actually, it was equivalent to a super divine treasure. If he suddenly used it in battle, he would be absolutely capable of giving his opponent a huge, pleasant surprise. Yan Yi flicked a drop of blood into the seal, and then a link between them was formed. At the same time, the method to utilize it appeared in his mind. He had quite a few divine treasures now, and his goal was to use them perfectly. Treasures were still a part of a person's strength. Around 2 hours later, Yan Yi suddenly looked up, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the universe wall ahead suddenly trembled, and then a man in armor walked out from behind it. The man glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi replied indifferently. Why don't you guess? The man's gaze turned icy cold. Do you want this day next year to be the day of your death's anniversary? Swoosh! A ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The man's figure stiffened on the spot. His eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. An instant later, his head fell off his neck. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Disbelief still filled his eyes. Even until the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that head died just like that. He was a peak 4 world realm expert, but he hadn't been able to resist a single attack. At the moment of his death, he figured out something, and it was the identity of the person before him. It was Yan Yi. Yan Yi glanced at the universe wall. If he wanted, he could go inside right now. He naturally planned to visit Eternal Kingdom. After all, Snowy had an inheritance to collect over there. The Sprite progenitor had told Snowy that once she went over there, she would be the master of Sprite Palace. No, the Sprite master of it. Moreover, he wanted to see what Eternal Kingdom was like. Besides that, Tian Xiu was over there too. However, his strength had to be improved a little before he did venture there. Otherwise, if he went right now, he may never come back. Eternal Kingdom feared the desolate race and didn't dare to send more 5 world realm experts. Even if they did send some, those experts would stay by the universe wall and dare not make an appearance in Eternal Border itself. Because once 5 World Realm experts showed themselves in Eternal Border, the desolate race would definitely kill them. However, if he went to Eternal Border, it was obvious that he would definitely die. Yan Yi returned to the primordial pagoda and went to Sword Scroll. I need to ask for your guidance. How do I improve my body right now? His body! He had to improve his body now, and then improve his cultivation. Only then could he guarantee that nothing wrong would occur when he advanced. But improving his body was a troublesome thing. His body was just at the true world realm, and improving it to the limit breaker realm was very difficult. Sword Scroll thought for a moment and replied, Your Bodhi's foundation is very good, so it shouldn't be too difficult to improve. Besides that, you must improve another thing. I think you can develop your sword domain further. The sword domain? Yan Yi nodded. It was true, he had to improve the sword domain too. While the sword domain was very powerful right now, his enemies were much more powerful than they had been in the past. His body, cultivation, and sword domain. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, I'll start with my body. Once he improved his body, he could improve his cultivation. At that time, once his body and cultivation were strong enough, he could study the sword domain properly. One step at a time. Sword Scroll nodded. You should take it one step at a time. Your foundation is very good, and that's your advantage. Once your body is improved as well, your cultivation will naturally rise. However, we'll have to research how to improve your body further. Right, didn't the old man with the bamboo chest give you a bottle of blood the other time? There should be more blood in there. The blood of a god. Yan Yi's eyes lit up because he'd almost forgotten that. He'd only used a single drop from that bottle, and it was that bottle which brought his body to its current realm. But after that, had actually forgotten it due to many reasons. Yan Yi hurriedly withdrew the bottle, and there were quite a few drops left in there. Yan Yi swallowed all of them. He had the mad demon bloodline to protect him, so he didn't fear the energy in this blood at all. As soon as the blood entered his body, a strand of extremely pure energy dispersed throughout his body. A burning sensation started to spread within him. His body had started to absorb the energy, and it was gradually undergoing some sort of transformation. A transformation! As for the heart-rending pain from before, he didn't experience it. Because his blood restrained the violent energy contained within the blood, all of it was restrained by his blood. Time trickled by, and a long time passed before Yan Yi's body shook. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his body was tightening. It was growing tighter and tighter. 3 days later. Boom! A powerful aura rippled out from Yan Yi. The space around him rippled like a rock had fallen into a pool. Pure physical strength. Yan Yi had absorbed all the energy in the blood, and his body was at the World Lord Realm right now. The World Lord Realm in the body. It wasn't enough for Yan Yi at all. At the very least, he needed it at the Limit Breaker Realm. The Desolate Race. Yan Yi had decided to seek help from the Desolate Race. They were such a huge race, so they definitely had ways to improve the body. As far as he was concerned, his main goal was to improve his strength. Yan Yi left the pagoda, glanced at the corpses before the universe wall, and then hesitated for a moment before taking one of them. It was the corpse of Sword Sky City's ancestor. His relationship with them wasn't bad. Yan Yi was about to leave when the wall suddenly shook, and Yan Yi frowned from the sight of this. A short while later, a voice came from behind it. You're Yan Yi, right? That fellow isn't showing himself? Yan Yi wondered and said, It's me. The voice said, The governor of White Emperor City is in my eternal kingdom's hands. Yan Yi replied, So what? The voice asked, Don't you want to save him? Yan Yi smiled. Of course I do, but am very well aware that only a living person can save anyone. If I go to you now, I'll just die with him. The voice suddenly said, He'll die if you don't come here. Yan Yi smiled and said, There's no need for threats. Let me put it like this. If anyone close to me or linked to me dies, then I'll take the sprite progenitor and side with the desolate race. I'll make her summon the spirit of the world to attack eternal kingdom with the desolate race. The voice suddenly turned icy cold. How dare you? Yan Yi laughed with ridicule. Why wouldn't I dare to? Tell that eternal lord of yours, if anything happens to the governor of White Emperor City, then he'll definitely lead the sprite progenitor to attack eternal kingdom with the desolate race. As for whether I dare to do that, you go and investigate me for yourself. When have I ever feared anything in my lifetime? When have I ever been afraid to do something? If you think I dare not, then kill him. Yan Yi turned around and walked away. Yan Yi! The voice resounded abruptly. Perhaps we can talk, I have nothing else to say. Yan Yi didn't even turn back and just vanished into the distance. Chapter 2475 Destiny. Chapter 2475 Destiny. Nothing to say. If the Eternal Kingdom had tried to negotiate properly with him, he would have been willing to talk about it. Yet now, it was too late. Too late. There was nothing left to say between him and Eternal Kingdom. Yan Yi left the Eternal River and used the myriad world diagram to get to the desolate world. Because Huang Ying had permitted it, he could teleport there directly. In the desolate hall, Yan Yi sat on a chair, and Huang Ying sat before him. Huang Ying thought for a moment and said, You wish to improve your body? Yan Yi nodded. Huang Ying smiled. Brother Yang, allow me to be honest, your body is at the World Lord realm, and it's actually very terrifying for a human's body to be at this level. It's quite difficult to improve further. Moreover, every realm you advance will probably induce indescribable pain upon you. Yang Yi shrugged. It can't be helped. Pain is better than death. Huang Ying hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Yang, how about you stay here in my desolate race? Of course, I'm not asking you to help me and become my subordinate. We're equals, friends, and we can strive for great things together. Great things? Yan Yi asked. Subduing Eternal Kingdom? Huang Ying replied. Sort of. Brother Yang, let me ask you something. Do you think there's a greater universe beyond Eternal Kingdom? Yang Yi fell silent. Eternal Kingdom was the largest and greatest known universe right now. Its civilization was the best as well. But were there other universes beyond it? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not very interested in exploring the universe, nor am I interested in conquest. Moreover, you know, sword cultivators like me are fond of freedom and the ability to do as we please. Of course, they'll definitely take your side when it's between the Eternal Kingdom and the desolate race. After all, I'm annoyed by them. However, I will take revenge in my own way. Huang Ying fell silent for a short while and said, Brother Yang, you lack a little bit of righteousness and a sense of belonging. You don't mind me saying that, right? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. He didn't because Huang Ying was correct. Huang Ying walked over to the entrance of the hall. Brother Yang, do you know that with the strength my ancestor possesses, he could abandon my desolate race? Or it should be said that the desolate race is a burden for him. But he's still doing what he can for us. It's the same for me. If it's necessary, I'm willing to fight to the death for my desolate race. Because the desolate world and the desolate race is our home, and it's something we must protect. Yang Yi said. Hey, get this through your head. It isn't the Eternal Kingdom that's trying to invade you, you're trying to invade the Eternal Kingdom. I don't think that's very righteous, is it? Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. Seriously? Yang Yi said. Actually, there are many different types of righteousness, but the righteousness of most people is actually their own interests. Besides that, righteousness is usually just an excuse the winner uses. Absolute righteousness and fairness does not exist. Of course, there is good and bad in this world too. Anyway, it's a very complicated thing, and I don't want to explore it in detail. Huang Ying nodded. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at the sky, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. The Patriarch wishes to see you. The Desolate Emperor. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The desolate emperor wishes to see me? Yan Yi didn't think too much about it and just nodded. A short while later, he was at the peak of a mountain. A middle-aged man with hair that hung loosely to his shoulder was seated cross-legged not too far away. It was the desolate emperor. The desolate emperor said, "We meet again." Yan Yi nodded. "You almost killed me that day." He walked over to the desolate emperor and sat by his side. The desolate emperor asked, "You want to improve your body?" Yan Yi nodded. The desolate emperor said, "You're suppressing your cultivation, and your body won't be able to endure it once your cultivation erupts. So you want to improve your body, right?" Yan Yi nodded. "Can I?" The desolate emperor replied, "You can. I can help you improve your body, but you must agree to a request of mine." Yan Yi asked, "Help the desolate race against eternal kingdom?" The desolate emperor shook his head. "Kid, you think too highly of yourself?" Yan Yi felt speechless. The desolate emperor said, "Do you really think that you and that sprite progenitor who only knows how to be cute can fight against eternal kingdom? The sprite progenitor from all those years ago didn't just possess a unique status. Anyway, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Both my desolate race and eternal kingdom can annihilate you and that cute little fellow with absolute ease." Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "Aren't you exaggerating a little?" "Exaggeration?" The desolate emperor chuckled. "All right, let me ask you a question. If I wanted to kill you right now, do you think you could survive?" Yan Yi fell silent. "That was impossible." The desolate emperor added, "Let me ask you another question. If the eternal lord of eternal kingdom wants to kill you, he could pass through the universe wall and come to you. Would you be able to survive then?" Yan Yi gazed at him. "Why doesn't he do that?" The desolate emperor asked. "Want to know?" Yan Yi nodded. The desolate emperor explained, "Because you're beneath his notice. Tell me, would a king in the mortal world capture a thief?" "Of course he has better things to do," Yan Yi said. "So, it's because I'm too weak?" The desolate emperor shook his head. "Not entirely. The main reason is that his focus is on my desolate race. If it wasn't for my desolate race, you would have died a long time ago." Yan Yi shook his head. "Senior, just be frank." The desolate emperor stood up and looked down. He could see the entire city from here. He spoke softly. "You know what responsibility is, right?" Yan Yi nodded. He continued, "My responsibility is protecting the desolate world and these people. As for why I invaded Eternal Kingdom all those years ago, I don't want to speak about the real reason behind it because it won't make a difference. My request is very simple. In the near future, for example, when I'm not here anymore, and the desolate race faces difficulties, you must help the desolate race. Even though you're quite weak right now, it doesn't mean you'll remain like that forever." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "All right." Huang Ying was his friend, so he would naturally help if Huang Ying was in trouble. The desolate emperor gazed at Yang Yi. "The reason I wanted to kill you in the primal battlefield is because you and the little fellow came into contact with that sprite progenitor. As far as I was concerned, you may be part of Eternal Kingdom. Since you were part of Eternal Kingdom, you stood on the opposite side of me, and so I wanted to kill you and spare myself of some future troubles. It's normal, right? But now, since you're Huang Ying's friend, and your relationship with my desolate race isn't bad, then one more friend is naturally better than another enemy." Yang Yi glanced at him. "You're a little different from what I expected. A true expert." This man before him was certainly one of the strongest existences in this world, but the man felt no different than other ordinary people. He didn't seem high and mighty, nor did he have a sense of superiority. He was just a very ordinary person. That was Yang Yi's impression. The desolate emperor glanced at Yang Yi. "Actually, I really envy all of you." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" The desolate emperor grinned. "Because all of you know nothing, and at most times, ignorance is bliss." Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. A short while later, they arrived high above in space. It was unlike any point in space had been to. It wasn't just different from the space he was used to, it wasn't like the space in any other world. What was different about it? He couldn't put a finger on it. In any case, it was strange, very strange. The desolate emperor suddenly asked. It feels very strange? Yan Yi nodded. The space here. The desolate emperor grinned. Do you know how many types of space exist? Yan Yi replied. There are many types of space. The desolate emperor smiled. What else? The world we reside in is called the three-dimensional space. Do you know what that is? Yan Yi was at a loss for words. The desolate emperor shook his head. I'm sure you don't. You haven't arrived at that level yet. Yan Yi hurriedly bowed respectfully. Senior, please enlighten me. He didn't know, but he could learn. The man before him was one of the supreme experts of this world, so he would never get another opportunity like this. The desolate emperor thought for a while and said, Presently, there are many known types of space, but there are only two that are closest to us. The first is three-dimensional space, the world we live in. Yan Yi asked. What about the second? The desolate emperor grinned. Four-dimensional space. Four-dimensional space? Yan Yi frowned slightly. What is that? The desolate emperor glanced at him and said, We call it destiny. The living beings in that space transcend everything we know, so they are destiny. You cannot sense it now because you're too weak. Your strength and mind are not at the peak of the three-dimensional space. Once your mind, knowledge, and strength are at its peak, you will be able to sense the existence of four-dimensional space, destiny. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, it's getting a little complicated. The desolate emperor spoke indifferently. It should be. You're still far away from it, so take it slow, Yan Yi said. However, something still puzzles me. According to what you said, destiny is in the four-dimensional space, but that has nothing to do with us. They are in the four-dimensional space while we are in the three-dimensional space. Isn't it great if we just mind our own business? The desolate emperor gazed at Yan Yi for a long time and said, Are you an idiot? You know, living beings like plants and ants live in the one-dimensional space and two-dimensional space. Let me ask you something, can they dictate their own fate? Perhaps the slightest mistake by a human, like accidentally stomping on a blade of grass or an ant, would put an end to their lives. Understand? Yan Yi was stunned. Chapter 2476 All living beings are ants. Chapter 2476 All living beings are ants. Yan Yi had a rough understanding of everything when he heard up to this point. The living beings of the four-dimensional space, or what the world called destiny, were able to rule the fate of the living beings in the three-dimensional space. How could figures like the desolate emperor be willing to let others rule them and be controlled by others? Actually, to be a little blunt, it was the control of a supreme living being over an inferior one. Just like few humans ever held any pity toward the ants and plants in this world. Would anyone find stomping on an ant as something strange? Of course not. So, would the so-called destiny in the four-dimensional world feel sad upon killing a human? Would they care? Was anyone willing to be controlled by someone else? Yan Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. It was all too far away for him, and he wasn't even certain if that so-called destiny still existed. The desolate emperor didn't say too much about these things and just led Yan Yi upward. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. Senior, what kind of space is this? The desolate emperor replied indifferently. The clear void space. The clear void space? Yan Yi was about to ask when the desolate emperor said, Don't ask. You wouldn't understand anyone. The desolate emperor sped up once he finished speaking, and it didn't take long for them to seem like they were at the end of the world. Pitch black lightning was frequently flashing there. Yan Yi asked, What's that? Yan Yi felt his heart shudder as he gazed at the black lightning. Danger! It was his first impression. The desolate emperor smiled. Do you know what this is? Yan Yi shook his head. The desolate emperor explained. Dark void divine lightning, a powerful type of divine lightning that can obliterate the void. It's an evolved form of ordinary lightning, and a single ordinary bolt of lightning takes at least 100,000 years to evolve into it. It can be said that if these bolts of lightning descended upon my desolate race, they would be able to obliterate my desolate race. Yang Yi gulped and asked, Senior, you're not planning on asking me to get hit by them, right? The desolate emperor gazed at Yang Yi. What do you think? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Senior, are you trying to kill me? Kill you? The desolate emperor replied. Would I have to go to so much trouble? I can just kill you with a single slap of my palm. This lightning is powerful, and of course, it is dangerous too. But if you let them cleanse your body will definitely be strengthened tremendously, and you may even be pleasantly surprised by the results. Of course, it depends on whether you dare to. Yang Yi said. Senior, the strength of this lightning has exceeded the limits of my body. Not to mention tempering me, I may be obliterated upon going in there. The desolate emperor replied. How would you know without giving it a try? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The desolate emperor spoke indifferently. You decide if you'll try it or not. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, I will. As the desolate emperor had said, there was no need to use this to bring harm to him. It was just lightning. There was nothing to fear. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up at the lightning. He was about to head over when Arya appeared by his side. She glanced at the lightning and gazed at the desolate emperor. Uncle, can I go in there too? The desolate emperor glanced at her. Do as you want. Arya nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, I'll go give it a try first. Wait here for me. Yang Yi was about to say something when Arya tapped her foot down and shot up into the air. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended and slammed down upon her. Boom! Countless sparks flew. Arya was blasted back to Yang Yi and the desolate emperor. Her countenance was pale while arcs of electricity flickered through her, and her body was even shivering. Yang Yi was slightly unwilling to go forward now. What was Arya's body like? He knew it very well. It was something that could even resist super divine treasures. Yet now, the lightning had struck her to the point. Meanwhile, Arya gasped rapidly, and then greedily sucked in a breath. It feels so good. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. After that, they watched as Arya charged over again. Bang! Another bolt of lightning slammed down at her, and it blasted her down. Arya's entire body was trembling. But Yang Yi noticed that excitement covered her face. Excitement! Does she like being tortured? Arya charged over once more. Yang Yi gazed at the desolate emperor. Senior, do you know about her? The desolate emperor replied indifferently. I do, but I won't tell you. Yang Yi's face stiffened. Why? The desolate emperor replied. Because I like to keep you guessing, all right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Arya was blasted down again, and she charged over once more. She looked like she was in a terrible state. Her skin had split open and even her scales had started to crack while blood started to seep out. However, Arya was growing increasingly excited. The desolate emperor suddenly asked, Do you know why? Yang Yi glanced at her and shook his head. The desolate emperor explained, There's something special about this lightning, and it's that they contain extremely pure essence of lightning. Every single time it strikes her, a part of that essence flows into her. Simply speaking, the more of that essence she absorbs, the greater her defenses will become. Once such essence enters your body, it will strengthen your skin, bones, and meridians. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. I do now. After that, he took a deep breath and shot up into the air. It didn't take long for a bolt of lightning to surge down. Yang Yi felt his scalp go numb as he watched it descend, but he still braced himself and went at it. Bang! Yang Yi crashed down from high above. Yang Yi laid on the expansive space before the desolate emperor and trembled violently. His entire body was pitch black, his skin had cracked open, and blood was flowing. A heavy injury. A single bolt of lightning had cracked open Yang Yi's body and caused his body to become numb. It hurt. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. had been struck by lightning in the past, but it was different this time. The pain came with a form of heartrending pain, and it didn't just strike a few areas of his body, it was throughout his body. Luckily, his body had started to heal slowly with the help of the primordial violet energy. Around an hour later, Yang Yi stood up and charged over again. Meanwhile, the desolate emperor glanced at Yang Yi and Arya, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared underground beneath the Northern Sword sect, and he was before Chen Xuanan. Chen Xuanan suddenly said, "You told him too much?" The desolate emperor replied, "He'll come into contact with it, sooner or later. It may not be a bad thing for him to be a little more prepared." Chen Xuanan nodded slightly. "Do you need something?" The desolate emperor replied, "There is something." Chen Xuanan replied, "Go on." The desolate emperor walked to the side and spoke softly. "The ancient times was much stronger than this current civilization of the martial Tao, right?" Chen Xuanan nodded. "Much stronger in overall." The desolate emperor asked, "Why did it vanish?" Chen Xuanan shook his head. "There are many reasons, like war. Many civilizations vanish amidst war. There were even more ancient civilizations before ours, but they vanished too. Just like this very moment, if your desolate race fights eternal kingdom to the death, it's very likely that a few tens of thousands of years from now, no one will remember the civilization of your era." The desolate emperor smiled. "War is the culprit, but at most times, war is unavoidable." Chen Xuanan said, "I sense a powerful aura no weaker than yours coming from eternal kingdom." The desolate emperor said, "Everything here will be over very soon. I came here to ask if it's really very strong?" Chen Xuanan replied, "Strong or not, you have to go, right?" The desolate emperor roared with laughter that reverberated throughout the Northern Sword sect. Fue. See, a short while later he left. Only Chen Xuanan remained here. Silence filled the hall for a long time, and then a voice resounded. "All living beings are like ants." At the clear void space, Yan Yi and Arya were still charging at the lightning. Arya was in better condition. While the divine lightning still impacted her tremendously, her body was able to endure the impact. And she was forcefully enduring bolt after bolt of lightning. But Yang Yi was different, he couldn't endure it. Every single bolt of lightning blasted his skin and flesh open, and he had to rest for quite a long time before he could take another. However, it was working. He could sense that something had entered his body, and he felt that he was much more resistant now. Just like that, they were continuously struck by the lightning, in the primordial pagoda. All the demons were taking quite a bit of pleasure in this. After all, the devil, Arya, was finally being punished. Arya was like an elder sister to them, but they mostly thought of her as the devil. However, their happiness didn't last for long because Arya suddenly entered the primordial pagoda and went to the ascension platform. All of the demons had a bad feeling when they saw Arya's injured body. She glanced at them and said, "All of you come with me." They remained silent. When she saw them remain still, Arya spoke coldly. "What? You think you're stronger than me, so you don't need to train?" "Right." All of them hurriedly shook their heads. Arya said, "Since you're not stronger than me, then come with me. You have no objections, right?" At this point, she gazed at the primal true dragon. "Do you have any objections?" The dragon hurriedly shook its head. Arya gazed at Oxy, and the latter hurriedly shook his head. Arya gazed at the primal royal crocodile next, and the latter hesitated for a moment before shaking its head. Face? Backbone? Once they came here, they learned something, and it was that they couldn't care about their face. As for their backbone, trying to preserve that would only end in broken bones. Arya nodded with satisfaction. "All right, let's go get struck by lightning." As she spoke, she left the primordial pagoda. In the air, Arya grunted and muttered, "Damn lightning! They'll eat you once you're done striking me. I wonder if I can eat you. I'll ask Big Brother Yang to try it first, and he'll eat if he succeeds." Chapter 2477 Limit Breaker Realm in the Body. Chapter 2477 Limit Breaker Realm in the Body. All the demon beasts within the primordial pagoda gave into Aria's coercion, and came outside before slamming themselves against the lightning. So, howls of agony resounded incessantly through the area. It was worse than death. That was what the demon beasts felt right now. Meanwhile, Snowy was nurturing the world-born fruit she'd received from the old man with the bamboo chest. She'd eaten the fruit because there had been just one, and she didn't know how to split it among everyone. So, in the end, she sniffed it, found it sweet, and just ate it. The world-born fruit. A fruit born of the world. Actually, the old man had given the fruit to Snowy because he hoped that she would nurture a new world-born fruit tree. Many ancient things had vanished along with wars. For example, the chaotic fruit tree and world-born fruit tree. Both of these ancient divine trees had been living safely and peacefully in the world, but along with the arrival of wars, all sorts of living beings started plundering the world. In the end, these ancient divine treasures vanished, one after the other. But Snowy could grow them once more. That was why the old man had given Snowy the world-born fruit and even improved the world within the primordial pagoda. Snowy showered them with spirit energy every day. Something worth mentioning was that the eternal energy had changed within Snowy. It was growing larger, and it was over 10 times larger than it had been. Now, she could produce a huge amount of eternal energy at any time. A short while later, Snowy arrived before the 2 chaotic fruit trees, and they started shaking upon sensing her arrival. After that, strands of energy floated over to Snowy. Snowy touched the energy with her paws, and then she gazed at the fruits on the trees. The trees had 5 fruits each. A total of 10 chaotic fruits. Even though all the demons in the pagoda had area to train them, they needed resources, and the chaotic fruit was undoubtedly the best resource for them. After giving them countless strands of spirit energy, Snowy pranced off once more. The cultivation room. Snowy sat on the ground while divine treasures floated before her. Executor and the demon wings of death were here too. However, they stood far away from the other divine treasures. Snowy glanced at all of them, and then her gaze descended onto the primordial pagoda. It was one of her best friends. She hadn't forgotten how the primordial pagoda had taken the best care of her. Snowy hugged the primordial pagoda, and an endless stream of spirit energy and eternal energy surged into it. In an instant, the entire world throughout the pagoda started to tremble. A short while later, Sword Scroll and Su Qingshi arrived within the cultivation room. Su Qingshi was about to stop Snowy, but Sword Scroll stopped her. Su Qingshi gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter explained softly, "The pagoda might be about to advance." Advance? Su Qingshi was quite shocked. The primordial pagoda was a divine treasure, so if it advanced, wouldn't it be advancing into the ranks of super divine treasures? Su Qingshi gazed at Snowy. At this moment, the little fellow was pouring spirit energy into the primordial pagoda with all her might. There was primordial violet energy, eternal energy, and some other special energies mixed together. The special energy belonged exclusively to Snowy, and it was the most critical form of energy. Sprite Ascension. It was the energy that she used to perform Sprite Ascension. Just like that, the primordial pagoda and the world within it trembled as Sword Scroll and Su Qingshi watched, and the spirit energy within it started to become quite chaotic as well. Time trickled by. Suddenly, a ray of dazzling violet light erupted from the primordial pagoda, and then a powerful aura swept out from it, causing the entire world within it to quake. Snowy cracked a smile, rubbed the pagoda gently, and then she fell flat on the ground. Sword Scroll and Su Qingshi were shocked, and they hurried over to Snowy. Meanwhile, the other divine treasures surrounded Snowy as well. Su Qingshi hurriedly asked, "Is she all right?" After inspecting Snowy for a while, Sword Scroll visibly relaxed. "She's just a little too tired. She'll be fine, just let her get some rest." Su Qingshi heaved a sigh of relief and bent down to embrace Snowy in her arms. At this moment, Snowy's round and chubby little face was covered in exhaustion. Shed undoubtedly exhausted a huge amount of energy this time. Su Qinshu gazed at Sword Scroll. The primordial pagoda. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. It isn't a super divine treasure yet, it can only be considered as a quasi-super divine treasure. Even then, its intelligence has arrived at a certain level, so all it needs is to possess its own Tao, and it will become a super divine treasure. Snowy has allowed it to truly become boundlessly close to super divine treasures. The primordial pagoda trembled slightly, moved close to Snowy, and ceaselessly rubbed itself against Snowy's paws. It was naturally grateful to Snowy. Its advancement today was equivalent to truly changing its fate. In the past, it didn't have the right to possess its own Tao, but now it did. It was at the peak that divine treasures could reach, and it just had to break through the bottleneck. As for the bottleneck itself, Snowy had given that to it. The other divine treasures were still circling around Snowy, and they were trembling. It seemed like they were conveying something. Sword Scroll glanced at them and said, "Calm down. It exhausts a huge amount of her strength, so it has to be done gradually. Anyway, all of you will have the chance in the end, right?" The divine treasures gradually calmed down. While they hoped to improve themselves, Snowy was the most important. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy, who was snoring in Su Qingshi's arms, and then she shook her head and smiled. "What a monster!" She gazed at the primordial pagoda and continued, "You definitely possess new abilities, right?" The primordial pagoda trembled slightly, and then a small ethereal golden pagoda appeared above Sword Scroll. The small pagoda emanated a ray of golden light that enveloped her. It covered her completely like armor. It wasn't just Sword Scroll who received it. Su Qinshu and even the other divine treasures had a small golden pagoda above them, and the pagoda emanated rays of golden light that enveloped all of them. Sword Scroll glanced at the thin golden light around her and spoke softly. "Primordial armor. FEL. See outside the primordial pagoda." The demons were ceaselessly charging at the lightning under Aria's lead, but they were blasted down every single time. However, it only took a while for them to charge over again. Just like that, the demons were cleansed by the dark void divine lightning, over and over again. As for Yang Yi, had been lying for a long time. His body was much inferior when compared to Oxy and the others. All of them were primal demons, and they were innately at an advantage. As for Yang Yi, while his body was much stronger than most humans, it was much inferior when compared to such demon beasts. So, after suffering a few dozen strikes of lightning, Yang Yi couldn't endure it anymore. Yang Yi lay there without moving, and arcs of lightning were flickering around him. The primordial violet energy was ceaselessly repairing his body. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi crawled up to his feet and looked up at Aria. She'd gone mad. Aria was just floating there in midair while the divine lightning kept striking her. But she was forcefully enduring all of it. Abnormal. That was what Yang Yi felt about it. Aria was truly abnormal. Had experienced the strength of that divine lightning for himself. Yet now, she was actually going head-on against them. So, how strong was her body? Meanwhile, Aria suddenly slammed a punch upward. Bang! Yang Yi and the other demons watched as her punch blasted a bolt of lightning into pieces. But Aria was blasted away too. Their strength was on par. Aria completed several somersaults in space, but it didn't take long for her to get back on her feet. She glanced at her body, and there were crystal blue specks of light flickering all over her. Lightning essence. All of it was lightning essence. The essence was ceaselessly strengthening her body and the scales all over her. Her body and scales were undergoing a transformation. Aria cracked a smile and charged at the lightning again. However, she didn't dare to charge deep into the mass of lightning. It was too powerful there, and the strength of the lightning over there could obliterate everyone here. That was why the desolate emperor had told them not to go deep into the lightning. The demons exchanged glances and were at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to them and shot a glance at them. "This is a very good opportunity to improve yourselves. If you don't cherish it, then the gap between you and Aria will grow larger and larger. If it grows too large, she may stop beating all of you. Because all of you wouldn't be worth it anymore. Yan Yi shot up into the sky once he finished speaking. The demons fell silent for a short while, and then the dragon charged over first. After that, it was Oxy, and then the rest of them charged at the lightning. All of them were primal demons, so they had their own backbone and dignity. They didn't want the gap between them and Area to grow larger and larger, and they planned to work hard on chasing up to her. She was their elder sister, and their objective, an objective for them to pursue. While it hurt to be hit by Area, it brought them happiness. If the gap between them and Area really grew increasingly huge, then it would be the worse for them. Just like that, days went by. Time flashed by. A month later, Area didn't fear the divine lightning at all. Now, she just stood there and remained unharmed no matter how they struck her. Conversely, she was even devouring the lightning. However, it didn't taste very nice. They kept exploding within her and throwing her into quite an embarrassing state. Area left the clear void space and returned within the pagoda. After that, she hid in her hall, and no one knew what she was doing in there. Meanwhile, Yan Yi and the other demons were still being struck by the lightning. Just like that, around one more month passed by. Yan Yi was suddenly blasted away by a bolt of lightning, but an extremely pure wave of energy suddenly surged out from within him. Space shook. The limit breaker realm in the body. After almost 2 months of this training in hell, his body had finally attained the limit breaker realm. In other words, he could improve his cultivation all the way to the limit breaker realm now. Chapter 2478 Snowy's the Best. Chapter 2478 Snowy's the Best. The limit breaker realm in the body. Yan Yi lay there gasping in space while arcs of electricity covered his body. A long time passed before the electricity gradually faded. Yan Yi returned to the primordial pagoda. In the cultivation room, Yan Yi sat down cross-legged while strands of powerful aura rippled out from him. The aura was growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, boom! The space in the room shook. The true void realm. Yan Yi had instantly attained the true void realm, but that wasn't the end of it. Around an hour later, he attained the true world realm, and then 2 hours later he was at the world lord realm. In just this short while, Yan Yi had attained the world lord realm from the true Tao realm. But that wasn't the end of it, his aura was still growing. Around 2 hours later, boom! A powerful aura swept out from within him, causing the entire cultivation room to tremble. The limit breaker realm. Yan Yi stood up, glanced at his hands, and clenched them slowly. In an instant, a powerful force seeped out from within his fists. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared before him and asked, "How do you feel?" "How do I feel?" Yan Yi took a deep breath and grinned. "I feel so full of energy. I should be able to swing my sword 7 times with the sword domain now, and even 8 times may be possible. As for my flying swords, they will be faster and more powerful." Yan Yi issued a command in his heart. Swoosh! 2 rays of sword energy were thousands of kilometers away. Flying swords. The speed and might of them were more than 5 times greater than before. His strength had increased tremendously. Sword Scroll asked, "Can you still increase your cultivation?" Yan Yi nodded. Actually, his cultivation could rise further, but he stopped. It was best for his cultivation to stay on par with his body, and it wasn't advisable to instantly increase his cultivation by so many levels. Doing it slowly ensured a better foundation. Sword Scroll asked, "Can we go to Eternal Kingdom now?" Yan Yi gazed at her. "You really want to go there?" She fell silent for a moment and said, "You should know about my main body now. My main body is divided into 3 parts, the Sword Hall, Sword Scroll, and Sword Book. All those years ago, the Sword Hall and Sword Book were blasted into bits, but their fragments are still in that sect of mine. I need to retrieve those fragments, then get Snowy to help me recover, condense my spirit, and restore my main body." Yan Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, Well, go once I've wrapped up my business in eternal border. She glanced at him and said, Thank you? Yang Yi shook his head. I should be thanking you. You've helped me more than I have helped you. Sword Scroll spoke softly. Then let's help each other. Yang Yi smiled. That's great. Big Brother Yang. Suddenly, Arya's voice came from the outside. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll left the cultivation room and went to Arya, and they were stunned upon seeing her. Arya was still the same, but there were 2 fangs in her mouth. She looked like a little zombie. Yang Yi asked, What are those? Arya touched the fangs and shook her head. I don't know. They just sprouted earlier. Right, they're a little itchy. I want to bite something. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Sword Scroll walked over to Arya and touched her fangs gently. However, as soon as she touched them, her finger was immediately cut open. Sword Scroll hurriedly pulled her hand back while shock filled her eyes. They are so sharp! Sharp! Yang Yi was quite shocked too. He walked over to Arya and glanced at the fangs. They weren't very long, and they were just slightly longer than ordinary teeth. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and summoned the Sword Supreme. Arya, bite this! Arya blinked and said, Big Brother Yang, I think I can bite it into pieces. Yang Yi glanced at her. He didn't think she was lying. So, he switched it to Executor. What about this? Arya thought for a moment, took Executor, and bit it. Clang! A clear and resounding clang arose, and then Executor struggled free of her grasp and flew over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll noticed 2 small teeth marks on it. They exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. Executor was the #1 sword in Eternal Kingdom. However, she had still left marks on it with her fangs. What kind of crazy biting force was that? Yang Yi gazed at Arya. Arya, how do you feel now that you have these fangs? How do I feel? She blinked. They are slightly itchy. I feel like biting something. Yang Yi hurriedly said. Don't just bite anything. Endure it. After all, this is our home. So don't destroy it, alright? If she was allowed to bite anything she wanted, she could even bite this world into bits. She felt quite helpless. But they are really quite itchy. Yang Yi smiled. Eat. Don't you have lots of dragon meat? You can eat it. That dragon was enough for them to eat for at least a week or 2. Arya still felt quite helpless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, Arya, how's your body right now? Her body. Arya glanced at it and replied, It feels stronger than before. Big Brother Yang, I think that sword of yours can't hurt me at all now. Wanna try? Yang Yi felt speechless. The facts proved that she wasn't lying. Her body really was capable of withstanding Executor. Of course, there was something that couldn't be overlooked. Executor was only at 50% strength right now. Even then, Arya's physical defenses were extremely terrifying. It could be said that her body was at the 5-world realm. Even if it wasn't, it was absolutely not far off. Now, she could use just her body to go head-on against a 5-world realm expert. As for her fangs, horns, claws, and tail, every one of them was more terrifying than a divine treasure. Not to mention that she had a pair of wings that was a super divine treasure. She was the one who had a whole set of divine treasures. The only flaw she had was that she had such a huge appetite, and she wanted to eat everything. Snowy, on the other hand, wanted every treasure she saw. The 2 little fellows were the perfect combination. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, and he saw the Desolate Emperor. The Desolate Emperor glanced at Yang Yi. The Limit Breaker Realm! Yang Yi nodded. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly. Are you planning on going to Eternal Kingdom? Yang Yi nodded. Do you have any suggestions? The Desolate Emperor spoke indifferently. Keep a low profile. He turned around and vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was left stunned speechless on the spot. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He was about to leave when Snowy suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and he gazed at her. Are you all right? Snowy shook her little head. She had been too tired earlier, and she was better after sleeping for some time. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly pointed at the lightning. Yanyi was stunned and asked, "You've taken a liking to it?" Snowy nodded. Yanyi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you take it with us?" Snowy blinked and waved her paws while confidence filled her eyes. Yanyi smiled. "Give it a try." Snowy nodded and floated into the air. Yanyi was naturally worried about her and went with Snowy. Arya appeared beside Yanyi. She licked her tongue hulu and glanced at the mass of lightning. "Big brother Yang, is Snowy a bandit?" Yanyi's face darkened. "Do you think Snowy's like a bandit?" Arya thought for a moment and replied, "A little." Yanyi replied indifferently, "She's a bandit, and you're a glutton. You make the perfect combination." Arya glanced at him with displeasure before looking up at Snowy. "Big brother Yang, will those fellows who want Snowy ever give up?" Yanyi shook his head. Arya grunted coldly. "Those bastards! They'll eat all of them, sooner or later." Yanyi smiled and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Snowy had arrived before the lightning. Both Yanyi and Arya became vigilant from the sight of this. Snowy's tiny figure couldn't endure a strike from the lightning there. Snowy gazed at the lightning and waved her little paw. The lightning there immediately started to surge. Snowy blinked, and then she waved her little paw again. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged up there. A short while later, the entire mass of lightning was enveloped in spirit energy. Crackle! Crackle! In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged throughout the area. Crackling resounded incessantly. Sprite Ascension. Snowy was using Sprite Ascension on the lightning there. The lightning was quite stunned by Snowy's actions, but it didn't take long for happiness to replace its bewilderment. However, its happiness didn't last for long. Snowy suddenly pulled back her paw, and then she blinked at the lightning and walked away. But she walked very slowly as if she was waiting for something. Once the spirit energy vanished, the lightning were stunned. Why has it stopped? It didn't take long for the lightning to chase after Snowy, but they didn't strike her. They just followed close behind her and seemed to be conveying something. Snowy just continued forward slowly, and they just followed her. Just like that, Yanyi and Arya watched with astonishment as Snowy smoothly led the lightning into the primordial pagoda. Thus, a mass of lightning appeared in the sky within the primordial pagoda. At least more than 100 bolts of dark void divine lightning were in the mass. Snowy was extremely pleased as she gazed at the lightning. But the dragon and the others only felt pain, because it represented that they would have to be struck by lightning for a long time into the future. Painful days were upon them. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yanyi and Arya were still stunned. They went with Snowy just like that? Were they so lacking in backbone? They should have resisted a little. However, they hadn't resisted at all. Arya licked her tongue hulu. "Snowy is the best. Snowy is amazing." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.